Pets postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. ServPro, cleanup, restoration, construction, like it never even happened. Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tirrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. Borgata Casino. Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Veg ER for Pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by General Plumbing Supply. Trust the real experts. This is WFAN Yankees Radio.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Town Fair Tires, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has you covered with locations throughout Long Island, Queens, and now West Orange, New Jersey. Don't struggle with pain or injuries and get fast, expert care from the leading orthopedic doctors, including the #1 spine doctor on Long Island. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com and schedule an appointment today. Total Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, the experts at getting you back to being you.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed. Thanks to BetMGM Originals, you'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Promotions may vary by market. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, text, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, let's get it, New York City. One time. Hit my line, 888-808-1019. Another KM to AM on the Fan in New York. This Thursday night as Week 2 begins and 2 series end. The Mets blow a 4-0 lead and get swept down in Citizens Bank Park. The New York Yankees hosting President Donald Trump on September 11th. They go out there and they make us proud. They handle business. They do what they got to do. Judge 2 homers, Stan homers. But they scored some runs not using the home run. And you like to see it, man. I understand. You know, they beat up on bad pitching, whatever. Bullpen still gave it up some. Whatever, man, whatever. Sports is our break from reality. You know, I found myself spiraling a little bit last night because I'm on the internet too much. And I scroll too much, and I end up seeing terrible things that aren't censored anymore, right? That are just available on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram for all to see. And then that plays over and over in your head, and it makes you think that the whole world is like that and everything. And it's not, man. It's not. You know, today I found myself walking through New York City extremely proud. Today I found myself walking down 6th Avenue of the Americas with an American flag bandana on. If you're watching me on YouTube right now, WFAN YouTube, we're going up. We're about to get to 100K on WFAN YouTube. You know, I was blessed with an opportunity today to interview Iron Mike Tyson at the Hard Rock Hotel. And as I walked away from that interview and I saw all the flags on the street, all the tourists, all the working class people in New York, and just, you know, the city moving, And I thought back 24 years where I was as a kid in the Shore area on 9/11. I just found myself being very proud to be an American, being a New Yorker, and proud of New York and proud of America in itself. Now, I know there's a ton of people that feel some type of way about Donald Trump or Charlie Kirk, who I told you last night I was unfamiliar with his work until yesterday. I'm not a political guy. I'm not into politics. My wife laughs. Like, I said to her tonight, I'm like, all I do is watch games and listen to rap music. Like, I don't do all that. And, it dawned on me, and I wanted to start the show with this, that, like, we're Americans first. And back when 9/11 hit, and I know there's a lot of young people that listen to my show, you either weren't alive or you were too young to recall. I remember. I've had the same phone number since I was 13. I was 13 when that went on. And what I remember is everyone coming together, and there wasn't a political divide. There wasn't so much talk about left versus right or what political party you claim. We're Americans first. We're Americans first. And even if you're not American, even if you're in America and you're from somewhere else and you're here, you're with us too. We're all together physically here, and we need to protect each other. We need to lift one another up. We need to learn to be able to, speak to one another, treat each other better. And I hope we'll carry ourselves that way on the show tonight and even outside of the show. Again, this is a break from the harsh realities that we face. This is supposed to be entertainment, so let's entertain. We'll start with the Yankees. To the victor go the spoils. I usually always go to the team that won first. They handled business tonight. Let's talk with Killer Cam, Killer. He wasn't tipping his pitches. He comes out in that first inning, pew, 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 strikes out the side. And after the game, he told everybody, yeah, I'm not tipping my pitches. And if you remember Friday against the Blue Jays, it didn't go so well for the young man, but he is a young man. And he has just locked in and dialed in to a level that I don't think any of us expected. I really just became aware of him in spring training this year. I saw my guy Ryan Garcia from Fireside Yanks put out a tweet that said, in Cam Schlittler's first 5 starts, he had a 5.94 FIP. And Cam Schlittler's last 6 starts, a 2.0 FIP. Hasn't allowed a home run in 6 straight outings. Like, he's a different guy. 10 starts, and he's got this way about him that makes you think that he'll be okay just a month from now, right? I think I was listening to Susan just now, and maybe it was, I don't know who said it, in the postgame that, like, you don't know, maybe they said it was Judge, like, you don't know if it's a spring training game or the World Series with Cam Schlittler, and that's the kind of guy I want to have on the mound. He got through 6 innings, 95 pitches tonight, and, as we're trying to avoid the sweep, he had to lock in. He gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, 7 Ks, and that's a good outing from that young man who continues to build on his little bit of a rookie season. Right? A ton of pressure, 40,000 plus in the building, high security. They told fans, get there early at 4 o'clock. You've got the President of the United States coming into the clubhouse, shaking everybody's hand, addressing the team like that environment tonight is a postseason type of environment. Cam Schlittler responded, and the New York Yankees responded right away. Right away. I loved it, like I said, because, one, Judge, last night, Judge was trash, and I was calling Judge out, and I said he's not beyond reproach. We got to call it like we see it. You're supposed to be the MVP. You're supposed to be the captain. You're the highest paid player on the team. You're the best hitter in the world. You can't be grounded into double plays, leaving guys on base. He redeemed himself right away tonight. Judge goes out there, and after he shakes hands with 45, he hits number 45. And then he goes on to hit 46. He ties Joe DiMaggio. He's up there in the pantheon of Yankees greats. He's got 360 and 361 tonight. I thought he was going to go for 3 home runs and hit 47, so we would have been able to say that the 45th and 47th President of the United States was in the building as Judge hit his 45th and 47th home run of the year. But he smoked another one over 100 miles an hour through, got hit by pitch. He led the way. And, you know, listening to the post game, I think Judge, as the captain, expressed to the team that, like, we're representing New York tonight. We have the president in here, and, you know, we're in New York City, and there are a ton of people affected by the tragedy of 9/11, and we need to go out there and handle business tonight. We need to give people a break from reality. We need to make people smile and feel good tonight, and they did that. 888-808-1019. Everybody got involved, man, early. I mean, when I'm talking about these guys driving in runs, it's just like, it's a pleasant surprise to go from, okay, you know, when the Cam Schlittler start, Stanton homers. Even in the games that the Yankees won, it was a Ben Rice homer where Judge is on second base, you know, and Scherzer tips his pitches, and Ben Rice is able to get a hold of one. In this series, they're only able to score 3 runs with Wells' solo shot last night, Belly the night before, Judge the night before. So to see, obviously, Judge get us started, but then for them to turn around and Ben Rice drives in Jazz Chisholm, who gets on, steals a base. Jose Caballero, Cabby 2.0, drives in Ben Rice. It's like, see, they can do it. You know, Buck Martinez. Oh, the Yankees aren't a good team. If they don't score, if they don't hit home runs, they don't have a chance to score. And we get it, Buck. They did so tonight. Stanton with another homer, and we already got a break, but I'll get back to discussing things with the Yankees. The Yankees win 9-3, and, you know, you're just happy to avoid a sweep. Like Stanton said, we don't get swept at home. Again, they pull it off. 888-808-1019. We'll start with the Yankees. We will get to the Mets and Thursday Night Football. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Find excellence in every detail in a new Volvo. At Volvo Cars Ramsey, 8-time winner of the Volvo Excellence Award. Choose from excellent offers on a new Volvo XC40, XC60, or a new 2025 Volvo XC90. View our entire inventory at VolvoCarsRamsey.com. Find excellence in a new Volvo at Volvo Cars Ramsey, where it's all about you.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Clogged toilet, leaky faucet on 1. Ready?
Uh-oh, you got a plumbing problem blitzing through the line. Time to audible and call in the pros. Roto-Rooter is your go-to defense for clogs, leaks, and any plumbing fix. Call the right play and download the Roto-Rooter app and easily book an appointment and receive exclusive service discounts. Touchdown! Don't get sacked by plumbing issues. Call in Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Download the app today and score big on savings.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter. Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, You'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Gio. That's G-I-O to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Gio. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. When you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with the gambling problem, go 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's Ocean Waves and Kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Throwback Thursday. Right back at it on the Fan in New York, KM to AM. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, streaming live on YouTube, on the free Odyssey app, on the iHeart app, tune in, 101.9 FM, 660 AM, WFAN.com, wherever, you know. Let's take a call here before I get back to my Yankee stuff. I know. They already lost the series. I know. They already lost the season series. But, you know, it feels good to see them hit singles. You know, does that not feel good to see them, like, not just go feast or famine with the home run? Judge 2-homer day as he builds his case for MVP. I didn't even mention Stanton. Like, Stanton's prowess, he tied Jeff Bagwell and Vladimir Guerrero in the all-time rankings. That's the 56th game that Judge and Stanton have homered. Usually the Yankees win those games, and they did tonight. So let's start talking to the Yankee fans. Ari in Lakewood on the Fan. What's up, Ari?
Hey, what's up, Keith? Big, huge fan of yours.
Thanks, bro.
And I wanted to know, I think Schlittler's going to be better than Cole, number one.
Whoa,
future MVP.
Wait. I love Garrett Cole.
Crazy.
Garrett Cole, like, you might be a young guy. You might have missed Garrett Cole when Garrett Cole came out of
2 seasons ago.
Out of Houston.
Last season, whatever.
Cy Young, Garrett Cole. Cam Schlittler looks good, but it's 10 starts.
Bro, this kid is crazy.
No, I know. He's nice. He's got ridiculous stuff, and he's got the command, the moxie.
Garrett Cole could teach him some stuff.
Garrett Cole will be back next year. That's why if you've heard me, I'm like, I'm already pumped for 2026. Whatever happens this year, great. But, like, their pitching staff is going to be loaded next year. Thanks for the call, Ari. 888-808-1009. We'll roll into more of the calls once we get into the 12 o'clock hour. Once we turn the page, I'll say good morning on the other side. We'll do the big shot of the night, and we'll really get rolling. But I just want to pump the brakes a little bit. I had a thought about Cam Schlittler as I was driving in today. I'm like, okay, now we're shipping up to Boston. And I want him to sweep Boston. I know it's not going to happen, but it could. because I'm doing the math about the 8 wins that I wanted out of 12. I wanted them to win every series. To win every series, you needed 2, 2, 2, and 2. Okay, they didn't do that right now. They have 5 wins. They need another 3. But then I started thinking about Cam Schlittler and him being from Massachusetts, being from that area, his family growing up. They were Boston fans, and I'm like, he hasn't faced the Red Sox yet, I don't think. He's dodged them. I'm like, oh, what if it's our fate to face them in a 3-game wild card? Does he get one of those 3 starts? Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Cam Schlittler. Might not need him. Maybe we beat him in 2. 888-808-1019. Let's go to my guy Moose in Jamaica on the Fan next. What up, Moose?
Your Keith, what it do?
Here.
You remember what Derek Jeter used to say, right?
I remember a lot of different things.
Okay, this is one of the things he'd say. To measure a successful season.
He told George Bush, don't bounce it. They'll boo you.
No, this is next level, Keith. Pay attention to the nuance. He would say it was only a successful season if by next June or July in a trip to Baltimore, later Washington Nationals, if we're not meeting with the president, the previous season wasn't successful.
Yeah.
No matter how many games. So meeting the president, hopefully by June or July when we go to Baltimore, or I think the Nationals, we travel to them next year. So yeah, we'll know if this season was successful if we get to see the president again as a team.
Sure.
So,
that'd be amazing. If they somehow can get hot here and go win the World Series this year, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, so that being said, that's the little nuance there. So maybe it's a foreshadowing, who knows? But 2 points on the Yankees. One, I said before the gauntlet began, before it was even being the gauntlet, the most important thing is to at least win 6 games to show that we have fight competition, because the wear and tear, the 13 games in a row, the season culminating, the pressure. If we can win at least 6 games in the gauntlet, it's a fair showing. I didn't need 8 and 4.
Nah. 500? Going 500 in this gauntlet of postseason teams? That gives you no faith going into 6? So you're saying you're cool losing another series to the Boston Red Sox? This is the last time we got to get some get back, Moose. Thanks for the call, bro. I'm not going for it, though. And also, Rami reminded me, and it just came to my head. I'm like, I listened to Donald Trump. They had him in the Yankees clubhouse, and he was talking about the Red Sox. And, obviously they didn't want to bring up the Red Sox when you're in Yankee land, but, the Red Sox met with the president. When's the last time they won anything? We'll see, man. I'm not getting ahead of myself. Day by day, game by game, series by series, week to week, month to month. I'm already off the ride. I'm in the amusement park. I'm watching the ride. Let's slow it down. There's no reason to talk about the World Series because the president was here. They won in front of the president. They turned up in front of the president. I'm assuming they got him in and out of there clean, good, securely. All right. Big shot of the night coming up. I'll say good morning on the other side. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest inventory of name brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design for superior performance that stands out from the crowd. And Town Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation Event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, on Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. We'll begin in the Bronx. Quite a night for the captain.
Little pitch there and swinging a drive. Deep left center field. Looks like he's done it again. Giddy up. Gone. Into the bullpen again. Another home run for Aaron Judge, his second tonight.
Dave Sims here on The Fan. The Yankees beat the Tigers 9-3, and they stay 3 games back of the first-place Blue Jays in the American League East. Aaron Judge, 2 home runs, ties Joe DiMaggio for 4th place on the Yankees' all-time list with 361. Cam Schlittler picks up the win, allowing a run and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 6 innings. And the Yankees will open up a series with the Red Sox Friday night in Boston. Anthony Volpe day-to-day after he received a cortisone shot in his left shoulder. Now to Philadelphia, where the Mets lost their 6th in a row, losing to the Phillies 6-4 after they led 4-0 in the first inning. So, is manager Carlos Mendoza worried?
Well, I'm not going to say that I'm worried, but it's, we don't have too much time, and it's getting, guys, teams are right behind us, and it's becoming now, 15 games. The way you look at it is we're still in control of the situation, we're still in control of achieving the ultimate goal, but we got to go out and do it.
David Peterson with a no decision, gave up 3 runs and 7 hits over 5 innings. Reed Garrett took the loss. The Mets lead over the Giants and Reds for the final National League wildcard spot down to a game and a half. Mets open up a series with the Rangers Friday night at Citi Field. Thursday Night Football, Packers over the Commanders 27-18. The Giants claim former Jets kick returner wide receiver Xavier Gibson off waivers. NBA, the Knicks reportedly re-signing guard Landry Shamet to a one-year deal. WNBA, the Liberty close out their regular season. They beat the Sky 91-86 in Chicago. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Welcome. The Big Shot of the Night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights in the big city. And you know, big ass Judge is tonight's Big Shot of the Night. He got the Trump bump like literally minutes after he shook hands with Donald Trump, and Trump literally tapped him on his right arm where I'm like, hey, watch his elbow. I don't know how tender that elbow is or what it is. It's all good. Judge redeems himself from leaving runners on, grounding into double play last night with 2 homers, historic homers. He is 4th all-time in Yankees history, passing Joe DiMaggio and or tying Joe DiMaggio. He drives in his 100th run of the year, 46 homers on the year. Don't tell me Kyle Raleigh is your MVP. It's still Judge, if you ask me. Look at his OPS. He's got a 11-12 OPS. Look at his average, 322, still up there. And the team goes as he goes. And I think the team picked up their level of play, obviously to avoid the sweep, but I think the team stepped up behind Judge because, you know, Judge is letting them know, like, we got the President of the United States in the building. It's 9/11. We got to go out there and compete. And they did. So your Big Shot of the night, Yankees captain, Aaron Judge. Now, another guy that was super excited to see Donald Trump, young Anthony Volpe, your shortstop. Or is he your shortstop? Oh, boy. Here we are now, September 12th. Good morning, good morning. And the perplexing Pegasus that we have had to ride as far as this situation with Anthony Volpe, it took another turn. What another plot twist that we had today. I mentioned this a couple nights ago, if you listened, because I said, you know what? Remember when he had the shoulder against Tampa, and then not long after that, I think he got hit by a pitch in Boston, and like he missed some time there, but they talked about his durability, and they talked about his recovery and how much he bounced back. Bro, when this comes out today, Joel Sherman wrote something, and then they interview Aaron Boone, and all this stuff is starting to roll out that Anthony Volpe was playing with a partially torn labrum, that he got a cortisone shot in his shoulder. I'm like, you wonder why we have trust issues. This is what y'all do. It's raining, but it's not raining. Just a little tinkle on your head. And then they tell you it's raining, right? You know, you're picking up what I'm putting down if you listen to me before. We've done this. We've done it, even with Judge, just with Judge's elbow. It's like they go to lie first. You know, when I was a kid, I used to try to lie. Like literally like a young kid, I used to always lie. I'd do stuff and try and cover it up and think I was smarter than my mom or the next person or whatever. And then as I got older, I was like, I just tell the truth now. I just get to it now, even if I'm dead ass wrong. Because I don't want to deal with the lie on top of a lie and the cover up and then the things coming back around and you can't get... Just tell the truth. And what was the point of all of this as Volpe struggled? I don't know now. Is it to create a phantom IL situation? Is it to, you know, kind of repackage Jose Caballero playing, who, I don't know if you watch Caballero tonight. He can play shortstop for me every day right now. We'll talk more about it. 888-808-1019. My guy Bruce in Flushing back on the fan.
Hey, geez, a couple of Yankee points. So who do you think's more stupid? The team doctor who thought this was an old injury and not realizing...
I don't believe it. I don't believe any of it. You can't tell. I watched that game. They stopped that game for like 20 minutes. The kid was hurt. He said he felt the pop.
And also, I don't know if you listen to Susan's postgame show, but she interviewed Volpe, and Volpe said he never had an MRI before today, or before what happened in May. So it couldn't have been an old injury. This team doctor is horrendous. He misdiagnosed Rizzo.
How? This is New York. We have the best doctors in the world, right? Even last year with DJ LeMahieu, he had a hip injury the whole time they were running him out there, and then, oh, yeah, he's got something going on. Got to shut him down. Right. They misdiagnosed a concussion. They thought it was a neck issue with Rizzo, and it was a concussion that, honestly, like, that's really dangerous to have him out there facing I don't know, bro.
But like I said, so who's more stupid, the doctor or Boone, who knows that Volpe's injured and plays him every day?
I think Boone came out and said that, like, he did not know about some of this, and there's just so much of this, like,
he had to know about it because they took a cortisone shot in the
or maybe he said he didn't take him out of the lineup because of this, whatever. But, like, yeah, I got to get the things in order. I got to go back to my notes and look, but I don't even want to talk about this because it's just nonsense, man. What it is they try to cover things up, and Volpe is a young guy. He's 24 years old. He's living his dream. He even said, I did hear him. He's like, as a competitor, like, I don't care about that, bro. Like, if you're hurt, you're not supposed to play. If you're hurt and you're struggling, you're not supposed to play. Like, that's got to get addressed. And I get it, right? The marketing aspect of it. He's a shortstop of the New York Yankees, and that was the only plan. And I also understand the roster construction. They had no backup, but besides Oswald Peraza, who's now with the Angels.
They have one now.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing him play. And he made plays with his glove, with his arm, and with his bat tonight. And that's why I say he can play. He can play more than not for me at shortstop the rest of the way this season.
If I was Hal, I'd fire this doctor and get a new one. On to the next point. I love Cam. Love him as a starting pitcher. But since we have problems in the bullpen, there's only 2 or 3 guys you can really trust. If Heal pitched like he pitched his last game, if you're the Yankees, what do? Do you put Cam as a third starter, or do you put him in the bullpen because he's short in the bullpen, especially if Heal is pitching well? But on the one hand, I mean, he's got the repertoire to be a good guy coming out of the bullpen. But the problem is he never pitched out of the bullpen.
Right.
And do you want to risk his arm throwing in the bullpen when he hasn't done it before? Because this kid could be your pitching star for the next 8
Yeah, and if they get cute at this point and they try and do something different with the kid than he's done, and he ends up getting rocked in the postseason, they'll never live it down.
Yeah, so you would just start him in the third game.
You have enough guys out of the bullpen. They got to get the job done, right? Like, they've got to figure it out. They've got 3 weeks here to figure it out. Cam Schlittler, to me, is arguably the third best starter on the team.
I agree. I totally agree.
I agree that you need somebody coming out of the bullpen late in games throwing gas, but at the same time, like, and I think he could do it because of his mental toughness, his demeanor. I think that he could potentially do it, but if he could also still get got if it goes wrong. Then it's like, hey, why did you get cute there and decide to reinvent the wheel, to do something new with this guy? You have a bullpen full of guys that close games. Guys that you traded for, guys that are veterans, that they got to get the job done. They failed this week, but they got to put that behind them and get it done.
And one last point: if you're Aaron Boone or Cashman, whoever's running this team, wouldn't it make sense to put Volpe on the IR and just let Cabby play?
Yeah, completely rest him and treat the shoulder. And if he's able to come back for the postseason and be on the postseason, I would shut him down the rest of the way, yeah. Because this is nonsense to me. Thanks for the call, Bruce. I don't know the timeline exactly here, but I don't trust him, and I don't believe whatever is coming out now. Like, as soon as I saw he got a cortisone shot, and then it goes back to May 3rd, I'm like, why would you let this go on for months? And I just don't know what to believe, because there's some videos of, like, shout out to my guy, Johnny Lasagna. He posted a video of Volpe's swing when he hit that game-tying home run in Miami. And I guess adrenaline is running, but he didn't look like a guy that was swinging with pain. And I guess he re-injured it recently. I guess he re-injured it Sunday. I got to go find the audio, but I think Boone had said something along the lines of Aaron Boone shares that Anthony Volpe has been playing through a partial labrum tear. Nothing that we think is going to land him on the IL or nothing that he can't continue to play through. Why? But then I think the first thing Boone says here is something along the lines of like,
shot yesterday. Did that in fact happen? It did. So I kind of walked the timeline, and I know Brian asked a question the other day. I did not know about Sunday where he kind of re-aggravated it.
Okay, that's all I was looking for. And I didn't need to play a lot. I just played that from my MacBook. Boone was saying, I didn't know about Sunday, him re-aggravating it. Why? How? Bro.
So, my decision to not have him in the lineup the other day had nothing to do with that.
Your decision to not have him in the lineup the other day is because he's been an automatic out. What are we talking about? Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Carlos.
Hey, Keith, before can you hear me without feedback? Is everything cool on your end?
Sounds good.
All right. I just plugged into the car. It's a 2-hour ride home. That's why I always I'm on this time. Just to touch on the Volpe. My son plays baseball, had the same injury, and he still has the same injury. You can play through that. He had a partial tear of his labrum. But what happens is you any little thing that you do, like say if you slide wrong or if you do something wrong with your arm, you could still throw, you could still do all the stuff. You get that slight little pain, and also your shoulder can pop out at any moment. That's the one risk. But I'm not comparing them as athletes. I'm just calling to say it's funny how they slipped it in during 9/11. Oh, and by the way, I started laughing when I was watching the game. I said, wait a minute, now he's injured? You guys, this happened May 3rd? Did they misdiagnose again? This was on May 3rd.
Yeah, they tried to say it was an old injury. I don't believe that. This is the New York Yankees. We watch every game. We watch every spring training game. There's eyes on all of this. An old injury, when and where?
Right. And you can play, like I said, you can play through that. It is painful sometimes, but you can play through that. It has to be so bad, like it's only a partial tear. If it was a full tear, he probably would have to get operated or a little more get operated. But still, he can play, but if he's compromised and you see he's compromised, he can't play through it.
Thanks for the call, Carlos. And I know we're going to take calls on it all night, and I really don't even want to talk about it because we're just going to talk in circles around it. I feel like we have just gotten to this point now because of the poor performance. But if you have information on a player that is hurt, there are reporters that say that they've been in the clubhouse after games, and he always has ice on his left shoulder. An injury on top of him struggling, it just kind of confuses us because it's one thing. You won't blame a player that is gutting it out, playing through pain, playing through being hurt as much as a player that's just struggling and in there every day. So it's just, that's why I call it a perplexing Pegasus. Why are we riding the perplexing Pegasus with this? There's so many layers to this that it's just like another brain buster. You didn't have another option, but that's enough. The trade deadline is the deadline. You could have traded for another option at any time. And if you knew this May 3rd, how are we talking about this on May 11th or September 11th? How did he not get shut down? I don't know. I just think it's late. I think it's because now it's late in the season, and for some reason they got to save face about this whole thing. And why is there shouldn't be any shame. This is supposed to be a meritocracy. You play based off of your abilities. He has been an automatic out. He has been struggling, and he's young. We're not saying he's going to be this forever. We're saying he's not cutting it. And I don't understand the overprotection of it. Call a spade a spade. right? But now these are two different things. It's one thing if he's fully healthy and he's going out there and he's not performing and the organization is forcing him out there. Then it's another thing if like you guys are withholding information about the injury and that's what's causing him to like overcompensate or field the ball wrong. It's just like why? This is New York. This is New York Yankees. They're supposed to have the best doctors. They're supposed to have the best players. They're supposed to be above all of this. And it just seems like this is what they do more than not. And we already have multiple issues in the past that are the same thing with, Rizzo's out there playing, Rizzo. Remember Rizzo not knowing how many outs there were at first base? Because he had a concussion, bro. Right? Like, DJ out there. I got to watch DJ. Last year, I'm in the stadium. I think they were playing the Guardians. DJ has a hip injury, and he could make the out at first base. He, didn't step on first base or something. I'm like, his at-bats were terrible. Why are you forcing players out there that are compromised? And that's why DJ also couldn't play third because of his hip. Judge's elbow, right? Judge is out there, and he's not 100%. And we just played this whole game with Judge for over a month where he's DHing. And even with Cole last year, right? Remember, Cole had the scare. I don't know, man. It's just what they do, and you don't have to do that. Tell the truth. Like, what's the problem with just telling the truth, man? Let's go to Van out on Staten Island. You got it, bro. You're on the Fan.
Hey, how are you, Keith?
I'm all right. I just think this whole thing is a shenanigan, and we don't need any shenanigans at this point. It's just standard Yankees, like overlooking or covering up injuries and then doubling back months later to be like, oh, yeah, this guy isn't performing. Well, we found out that he was hurt. And so it's like, why is that the process?
I think it's very evident that the Yankees just, I guess, don't care about player safety. And they're trying to put, who they think is the best guy out there and force them to play, which I honestly don't like.
I think they care about player safety. I think it's more about they're political. It's like they're trying to cover things up and tell lies to the public. And I don't understand why.
I see it more as incompetence on their part, maybe.
And it's a different type of thing. It is some incompetence, but it's a different type of thing when it's Judge, right? The MVP, the captain of the team, the face of the franchise, one of the best. It's another thing when it's Volpe, a young player who's been struggling. Like, if he's hurt, shut him down. I don't know, man. Play Caballero. It is what it is. Anything else you got?
Also, I wanted to speak on Judge, and I think he's deserving of the MVP, but I think for us to win the World Series, maybe they should give it to Raleigh and then.
Thanks for the call, Van. 888-808-1019. The MVP has nothing to do with the World Series. When they give out the I don't know what we're talking about now. It is, and it doesn't matter about maybe for us to win the World Series, they should snub Judge and give it to Cal Raleigh and motivate Judge. And I mean, that didn't help Judge when Altuve won it. And I'm pretty sure those awards are given out after. They're given out in November. The season's over. You know what I'm saying? So I think we're missing something there. 888-808-1019. Let's get some different calls in. And we haven't hit on the Mets yet. Jack in Clifton Park, you'll be my first Mets call. I'll say my piece on that. Let's continue with the Volpe conversation and then hopefully move on from it. Dave is in Rockland County. Dave, you got it. You're on.
First of all, great game by Judge. Got the magic Trump touch, hit 2 home runs. But at the end of the day, also lighter, solid outing, solid 3 innings. Great relief from him. But then again, these same injuries.
Who?
Injuries.
Did you think you thought Mark Leiter Jr. pitched today?
I meant Yarbrough. I made a mistake.
Okay.
I mixed 2 of them up. And these same injury garbage happens all the time. Happened with Judge, like we said, and also what Bruce and Flushing said. It's not the doctor. It's not Boone. It's Brian Cashman. That's stupid. That's a problem with the Yankees.
It's an organizational thing. It's like they try to lie first and hide things. Thanks for the call, Dave. And it's just like, I don't get that though. Especially when a player is struggling, you almost have an easy out. Why are you not using the easy out? It is confusing. Like I said, another brain buster plot twist today. Anthony Volpe gets a cortisone shot. What? In his shoulder? He was, and I said, like I brought this up recently, and I kind of brushed it off. Like, it can't be his shoulder. He can't be hurt. I just think he's in a bad one. He's pressing. I think his fundamentals and his mechanics are broken down, and they can't send him down. It's too late. And, yeah, I don't care about any of that, yo. I want to win. I thought we all were in it for that. I thought that was the only thing. The team over any of the other things. Winning. Playing the best players every day to win. I don't know. Kevin in Rivervale's up next. What you got, Kevin?
Hey, listen, Keith. I want to first, before my point about Volpe, which I know you're tired of talking about, but I'm an older guy. You start on the fan. I'm like, oh, this guy's not going to make it. No way. And I got to tell you, between you and C-Mac, you have become my two favorite listeners on the fan because you're real and you're not full of hyperbole. And I never thought you're going to make it. I'm like, that guy is one of the best on the fan now. So I just wanted to start with that and let you know I'm proud of you as a 60-plus-year-old guy. You have killed it. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
I really think you're doing a terrific job.
More to do. Yes, sir.
More to do. But on Volpe, I don't believe for a minute he's injured. I don't think any. I agree with you. I think.
Yeah, I don't know what to believe.
I think they just don't want to. They don't want to admit they're wrong. So you take him out now and realize he's not going to make it. But they don't want to be embarrassed. So they come up with something. And we all know we're going to be better off with Caballero or Rosario, anybody out there in playoffs than him. But they're not going to admit it. So they come up with some bogus story, and that's how they're going to.
Yeah, it's PR. It's like crisis management.
And yeah, I think but it's like hockey, right? When you find out a guy played through injury, it's like, no, you're not helping me with a separated shoulder playing hockey. Like, I would have had somebody else who can play, but this is the way the Yankees play it, and I love them, but they're full of garbage.
It's crazy, so. Kevin, to have somebody that is compromised and not that good playing every day
all the time.
No. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. This is supposed to be a franchise worth billions with all of these fans coming through that went to the World Series last year. Like, you can't tell me that, like, this is what we're doing. We got to be better than this. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Brutal. Make it make sense. Don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. Thanks for the call and the compliment, Kevin. I'm not surprised. You're not surprised. But it's just like, that's why we'll never get like a Hard Knocks or a documentary or behind the scenes. It's like, I want to know, like even now, I think they just play a lot of games with what we are allowed to know and when we're allowed to know it. And it's just like this. I don't think this thing helps the situation. And I don't understand why they're afraid to just be like, Volpe hasn't performed. He's not going to play. We're not quitting on the kid. He's 24 years old. He's got a lot of baseball games left in his career. But this season is not all about him. It's bigger than him. We traded for a viable shortstop that can play, and that's okay. I don't think fans are going to riot. I don't think fans are going to boycott the team. It's actually the complete opposite. If you go to Yankee Stadium and watch the games over the last couple months, if you go to the games in August and September, I am like, damn, they are riding this kid. They are booing this kid. They are heckling this kid. Save him from that. And I guess this is a way to do it. I feel bad for him, but not bad to the point. Like, I care about the team, bro. I cared about the team before Volpe was born. Not to sound, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's about the Yankee universe, man. And I don't understand why they've gone out of their way to kind of like present this. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Mitz in Mystic on the fan. What's up?
Hey, Keith. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hey, I've been calling the fan since 1991, and I love it. so much. And when I first started listening to you, I didn't want this guy stole my thunder a little bit. I'm like, this guy's never going to make it. You and C-Mac, now you have advanced more than you could possibly even know. You are a great listen, and I love it. Now, let me get to my point about the Yankees.
Thank you.
A 50,000-foot argument. I've been watching baseball a long time. It's just, it doesn't have the look of advancing through the first wild card round. You can drill down to the Anthony Volpes or the this or the little things under the umbrella, but when you look at the whole product, it doesn't get out of the first round.
Sure.
And that's
look,
sad.
do you think we can beat the Red Sox 2 out of 3? There's nothing that has happened this year to say yes. The Red Sox have owned the Yankees. Here comes a 3-game set in their building. Do you want to go to their building for a wild card round? I don't. I didn't want to go there in 2021.
Of course not. And you just look at I just look at the whole product and say, yeah, we can pick on this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy. But I like to look at the whole thing and say, this is not a World Series product. This is a first round wild card exit product.
And we got to hope week continues. Thanks for the call, Mitch. We got to hope that they just get hot. And we got to hope that other teams fold and hope that baseballs and the unpredictable baseball crapshoot of the October tournament that is the Major League postseason goes in our favor. Don't we do that every year? Even when we feel better about teams, even when we win the division, even when we have the best record in the American League, didn't we feel that way with Juan Soto and Judge as a tandem on the team and Stanton and Glaber? And that's the thing, too. On paper, they have a bunch of hitters. Like, they're another historic stat tonight, right? They are going to, I believe, if they haven't done it already, pass the La Bamba squad with the amount of home runs that they have. This Yankee team is going to have a bunch of guys with over 20 homers. If Volpe can play, he's on his way to be one of those guys. Stanton added another one tonight. I don't know if he's at 20 on the year, but between Judge, Grisham, Bellinger, Jazz, Ben Rice, Austin Wells. Yeah, Stanton just got to 20 tonight. That's 7 guys. Volpe hits another one. That's 8 guys that have over 20 home runs. That means you got a lot of hitters. And, like, some games are decided in the postseason by just who hits the home run, who hits the 3-run home run, the 2-run home run, the grand slam, whatever it is. So, I don't know. I don't believe, and the reason I don't believe is, again, like I said, I think I quit on the organization on August 8th because I'm like, I could not believe that week they lost 3 games on the decision to pitch Devin Williams twice in Texas and again against the Houston Astros. And I'm like, I'm losing my mind. Like, there's no way you do that again. I'm like, I'm out. I'm done. I don't believe. Devin Williams didn't pitch at all in this series. I guess you didn't need him. If they're hitting singles like they did today, and I know, they're facing this guy from the Tigers. He's nothing. They're going to face a lot better pitching, but it's there. The lineup is there. The left-handed hitters, other people to carry Judge. I started off this season when Judge was balling out of control, saying, "What if this is the year that Judge doesn't fold in October? What if Judge actually is the Judge we've seen tonight in a couple of those games in October?" Like, that's enough to get you through. But also what you just saw the last 2 nights with them getting beat 23-3 and losing the series in their building the first 2 games, dropping the first 2 games with Casey Mize and Jack Flaherty on the mound for the first place Detroit Tigers. That reminds you, too. It's like they could also lay an egg like that. Enough with the shenanigans, okay? We all were rooting for Anthony Volpe. We all wanted Anthony Volpe to be that homegrown, drafted, developed shortstop, whatever, and maybe he still can be. But that's on the back burner for now, especially now hearing that he's playing with a torn labrum, he's getting cortisone shots, and it's painful. Okay, rest him. Rest him. Caballero is here. Play. There's no more time left. You're about to go into Fenway, and this is the last part of the final exam. This is the last part of the test that we want to see you pass. You just had a little step backwards, dropping this series to the Tigers, but whatever. We can live with it. You didn't get swept. Now go take this series from the Boston Red Sox and then handle your business the rest of the way with the White Sox and the Orioles and let the chips fall where they may. When we come back, we'll look at the standings, and then I'll give you my spiel on the Mets. I'm not there yet with the Mets. It looks bad, but if the playoffs ended today or if the season ended today and the postseason started today, they're in. I'll tell you what I think needs to happen. I'll tell you what I saw. I'm not there yet, but I will say this, yo. If the Mets do continue to lose and collapse and don't make the postseason, yeah, you guys that are calling saying you've been listening to the fan for a while, I am going to have an epic show the day that I get on, and that is, I'm telling you, the receipts that I will pull will be longer than the CVS receipt. The amount of things that have been said on this station, that have been tweeted, I am telling you the run that I will go on if the Mets don't make the postseason with this $340 million. Juan Soto's got his own suite with this team. Oh, boy. Keith McPherson on the fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
The Scarlet Knights go for 3 in a row versus Norfolk State. 3:30 tomorrow.
He's in! Touchdown, Rutgers!
The home of Rutgers football is WFAN.
And the Scarlet Knights continue to dominate.
Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Come out to Yankee Stadium to see the New York Yankees in action on Tuesday, September 23rd, when the Yankees host the Chicago White Sox. Don't miss a long-time Yankee Stadium tradition. Yankees Cap Night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees cap, courtesy of Cannon. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and White Sox on Yankees Cap Night, Tuesday, September 23rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
First we had them like, now they like, why, baby? Right back at it, man. Let's talk about the Mets. LGM. But like, emphasis on the G. It's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go. The Mets are looking like a house of cards. And I'm a big Chat GPT guy, so I just typed in House of Cards. I know what it means, but it's, what I said, what does the phrase, the meaning House of Cards mean? And it says, something that looks impressive, but's extremely unstable. The slightest bump, breeze, or wrong move can make the whole thing collapse. This is looking like a collapse. A house of cards. There was talk in the winter, from the winter meetings, about what it meant for the New York Mets to add Juan Soto to a team that was 2 games away from the World Series. There was talk in the winter about bringing back Pete Alonso and how the Mets had arguably the best lineup in baseball. There was talk about a pitching lab that got the most out of guys like Luis Severino and Sean Manaea and Jose Quintana and David Peterson last year, and how they could do it again this year with the likes of Griffin Canning and Frankie Montas. Frankie Montas got signed, and he said it's like we're throwing a starter every 5 days or an ace every 5 days with our starters. Oh, really? They quickly grabbed Clay Holmes from the New York Yankees and said, we're going to take him, put him in the lab, and make him a starter. Okay. And I think you got a good enough return on your investment there. But David Stearns now, he's under a microscope because you got the fancy car, you got the Centurion Ferrari in Juan Soto, but you didn't fill it up with enough gas for 162. This Mets bandwagon is running out of gas. They are about to collapse. And I'm not trolling right now, but I'm telling you, when the time comes, like some of y'all are not going to want to listen to that show. That's going to be bad Keithy, negative Keithy. Because I have a lot of bookmarks, screenshots, and things that people said from the winter meetings when Juan Soto chose the Mets because the Mets gave him a better opportunity to win the rest of his career. The Mets presented this family vibe. Where's the family vibe at now? Family's supposed to stick together, pick each other up, right? Oh, Juan Soto didn't want to be with the Yankees. He'd rather be with Carlos Mendoza and Francisco Lindor and those guys. He vibes with those guys. Those guys have so much fun. They don't look like they're having fun, man. This game tonight you had to have. And as I was listening to the game, I was excited for the Met fan because all week I've been saying, you haven't even had a lead. But they're always teasing, never pleasing. They pick you up just to drop you right on your head. They get to Jesus Luzardo early, and they hang 4 on him, where I'm like, there it is. The make it happen Mets early. They respond. It's a 4-game set. They just swept these guys not too long ago. They're not about to lose 4 straight to them. I was wrong. With David Peterson on the mound, who, before the kids came up, that was your ace. That was your most viable option. David Peterson's got a complete game under his belt this year. David Peterson was the guy, right? So you're expecting David Peterson to lock in, give you 6-7 innings tonight. He gives you 5. 7 hits, 3 runs, 8 Ks. And you start to get this weird feeling in the middle of the game. Here come the fighting Phils. You start to get this feeling in the middle of the game that like, oh no, they smell blood in the water. They're not taking their feet off the gas because they know that the Mets are 0-62, now 63, when trailing after the 8th inning. If we get a lead and get to the 8th inning here, that's brooms done. And so Peterson gives up 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and they go to Reed Garrett. And to me, I'm just like, all right, Reed Garrett was a nice little story, but he just came back from the IL this week. And I don't have confidence in him. Met fans call me up at 888-808-101. Did you have any confidence in Reed Garrett coming in and being able to hold against this Phillies lineup? I didn't. I'm like, I think he's guaranteed to give it up. Here comes a ball game. And you can't trust the bullpen. Reed Garrett gives up 3 runs, and that's the lead. And that's the ball game. Because like I said, the Mets, they have a glass jaw. Once they get hit, they're not getting back up. They're not recovering from that. Like, Luzardo retired, I think, 22 in a row. After he shook it off. After he had that tough first inning, he grinded it out. He went 8, only gave up 5 hits, 4 earned runs in the beginning of the game, 10 Ks. And then Joan Duran, yeah, he wants his get back from when he gave up 5 hits, 4 hits, whatever it was in Citi Field to blow that game. He comes in and just mows him down, 1, 2, 3. Pete Alonso swinging like Alvarez was swinging last time he faced him, and it is just crushing. You feel good when you sit down at 7:15 to watch the Met game because they jump out to a 4-0 lead, but then they do nothing. And that is what is making me wonder about this house of cards. Carlos Mendoza, the manager, and that's why I said the other night, I don't care that he pulled Sean Manaea into the tunnel. So what? What do you do in the tunnel? A magic trick? What is he doing right now? They're in a fight for their lives against their division rivals, a team that, like, it means something to the Philadelphia Phillies. It is a rivalry to them now that, like, the tide has turned. Who are the leaders on the team? You know Juan Soto is not a leader of the team. He leads them, obviously, in coin. He leads them in a lot of statistical categories, but it's clear he's there for himself. Right? I remember beginning of the season, he said, oh, yeah, I didn't realize the Mets had so many fans. We, Juan. It's we now. We. You're the highest paid player on the team. You're arguably the best player on the team. You got to lead. You got to carry. Late in the game, you're striking out. You're going down. And, I mean, he did what he could in this series, stealing his bases, and he had some hits. He had almost had a couple home runs, had one home run. But Pete Alonso tonight, where's he at? MVP, paid Pete, 3 Ks, going quietly. I mean, nobody can check Mark Vientos, Swaggy V, young guy. I mean, at least he's got some frustration and fire in him. But, like, when I talk about the leaders of the team, I got, Starling Marte. Juan Soto will tell you Starling Marte is the leader of the team. How so? When they were supposed to trade him when they signed you, because you got, I don't know. This team, I think, where's that team meeting? Where's that team meeting that Lindor called, that team meeting that Nimmo called, right, when Jorge Lopez threw his glove into the stands? They need one of those right now. They need one of those right now because the fan base is checking out on them. And the Mets were celebrating on Twitter. Come out, fans. We're on pace to break 3 million fans this year at Citi Field. Be in attendance when we do so. We'll give you a special gift. But, yeah, you should go out. You know why? Because DeGrom is back in the building. You should go out because the alumni game is coming up. The old-timers are back in the building. And this next homestand is going to make or break these guys. Either they get home, get some home cooking, get back to their fans, and play the way that these fans expect them to play after spending all that money, and your season ticket prices just went up, and your owner challenged you to come out, and you answered the bell. They got to answer the bell now. They got to wake up now. And you know what's crazy? So much is riding on a bunch of kids. As we just passed 24 years since 9/11, these kids are in New York. They can't recall. Noah McLean is 24. And now you can't tell me David Stearns' the plan was to get to the end of the journey here in this expensive car, $340 million vehicle with some expensive Juan Soto leather seats in it and got all the sunroof and I don't know what bells and whistles come with this Mets car because it's looking like it's fraudulent. It's looking like it's not what we thought it was. This is a team that we're expecting to get back to the NLCS World Series, and they are in panic time right now. They are on, you might miss the postseason, and this might be an all-time disappointing bad year. You got a week. And you know what? Nobody feels sorry for you. That's what happens when you get in the big boy pool. That's what us Yankee fans try to tell you Met fans, come on down. Now it's World Series expectations, right? You got Juan Soto. You got this high payroll. Your owner's the new George Steinbrenner. Okay. You got to overcome the curse of your own jerseys, your own ballpark, your own history. Remember me saying that? And I want the Mets to make the postseason because I love baseball. I love October. And I don't know how many times I told you baseball is better when New York is in it on both sides. Last year was great. 2 years before was corny as hell. So I want to see the Mets actually figure it out and get in and get hot and go on a run because they do have the pieces. It could be a great story. It'll be a terrible story for you to sign Juan Soto and then him to have a 40-40 year and him not play one postseason game. You don't even get to see the best of Juan Soto when he really turns it on. We saw what Alonso did last year. Lindor is another one. Mr. Smile. Stop smiling. There's nothing to smile about. You're supposed to be the captain. I was lobbying for David Wright I'm glad that they didn't do that now. I was saying, yeah, pass the torch, give him the captaincy. Could you imagine if they played like this and Lindor was named, it would be another mockery, another laughing stock. It'd be another LOL Mets thing. 888-808-1019. I can't believe that they have this losing streak right now. I can't believe that they have some of the at-bats they have. And then when, the last part of it before we get to the phones, I can't believe that we crowned David Stearns as this boy genius. And now when you look at his move, like Harrison Bader is killing you in the series. He was on your team last year. He could be on your team right now. And I know he struggled, but that's what Harrison Bader does. Like, he goes off, and then he gets hurt, and then he struggles, whatever. But it's like, who would you rather have? Jose Siri, Cedric Mullins, Tyrone Taylor? No, you have Jeff McNeil trying to play center field. Ball will find you. You have Mark Vientos trying to play third base. You didn't want Jose Iglesias. You didn't want to run it back with OMG. No, that was a one-trick pony. That was a one-year thing. This year is Juan Soto's year. This year, we're going to see what the kids have. Is that going to be enough? It's looking like it might not be enough. 888-808-1019. David Stern, like, now when you do your media sessions, when you meet the media, and when's the next one? I can't wait for the next one. And I hope that these writers grill him and ask him the questions like, was this always the plan? There's no way this was the plan. For you to be relying on Nolan McLean, Jonah Tung, and Brandon Sproat this late in the season. Sean Manaea, you can't really pitch him. You don't win those games. Kodai Senga gets optioned. And that's the thing about the House of Cards, too. Like, every time you remove a card, whether it's a Griffin Canning, whether it's an A.J. Minter, whether it's a Tyrone Taylor, whether it's a Jesse Winker, you keep moving cards, this whole thing is collapsing. Injuries happen, though. As the president of baseball operations, you're supposed to be prepared for that. As the president of baseball operations in New York, not Milwaukee, you're supposed to know these fans are hungry, man. These Met fans, they're hungry. They want to be perennial contenders. And they got a little taste last year, and they expect to get back this year. And now they're turning their eyes to you, saying, this is your fault. This is your fault this team doesn't have enough. Juan Soto is great, but, like, he gets paid more than Ohtani. He don't pitch. At least you pay Ohtani. He's going to get on the mound and hit. You can never have enough pitching. You can never have enough pitching. And pitching is what is eventually, when at the end of the year, look at the teams that win. They figure it out. Even the Dodgers, right? Yeah, the Dodgers had a great lineup, but like they had a bullpen on top of a Yamamoto. They went out and traded for Jack Flaherty, who did enough for them. They had Walker Buehler. Like they had the pitching to get them through on top of the lineup. I'm hearing about, shout out to Positive Tommy and his food for thought, but he compared the Nationals team to this team from 2019. I'm like, stop it, bro. Go look at their rotation and their roster. And I know Tommy's playing into his Positive Tommy stick, but even they're about to change. Salicata's changed. Salicata went from earlier this week, calm down, don't worry, stop worrying. It's time to worry. Jack is in Clifton Park. I said you'd be first. Before we get to the break, you're on.
Hey, Keith, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
So, looking at this Mets lineup, and I'm going to be honest with you. Tonight I was in attendance in the game in Philadelphia, and they're getting to Jesus Luzardo in the first inning, looking like they're putting up some good at-bats. But you're still having problems with areas in the lineup that are lower down. You're putting a Hayden Sanger out there, a Luis Angel Acuna out there, and those lower end of the lineup guys are not producing anything.
They're overmatched.
Putting more pressure on the top end. I totally agree about being overmatched, but if you look at the top end of the lineup, 25 straight Mets were retired there after they scored the 4 runs. And the body language from the rest of the team did not look very good. It almost looks as if the second one guy strikes out in a situation where he can produce and bring runs home, the rest of the team follows behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like it's been a pattern, especially because there have been many guys on base. They've had opportunities. They lost the game 1-0 on Monday, a 3-2 game on Sunday. But it just seems like there's not enough fire inside of those guys where somebody goes and says to the rest of the team, let's get going, let's see what we can do. I understand Juan Soto draws his walks, he gets on base, but at the same time, it takes down the team morale, and it just seems like the confidence is not there in a team that's supposed to make the postseason with such a high payroll, And if you look at these guys, it just seems like they're pressing much more than they should be. And it's a huge collective problem with the lineup. I don't use injuries as an excuse, but I'm going to be in attendance, like you said, some home cooking for tomorrow against their old friend Jacob deGrom. But I don't know where you look from here. I understand the manager is supposed to lead the team, but at the same time, these at-bats, you have guys taking pitches, going right down the middle and striking out at an alarming rate. And there's only 15 games left, and there's got to be somebody in there, I would think, who wants to take accountability and hope the team steps up. That's what I'm looking for.
Thanks for the call, Jack. We will elaborate a little bit more on, the accountability, the at-bats, the lineup, and, it just seems like they're just succumbing. It seems like they're just folding like a cheap suit, and that's got to change, and I think it'll have to change this weekend in your building because you know what? The fans will be there to hold them accountable. 1 hour to go. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I went back to look at Justin some of his games that he had played in Chicago and Pittsburgh. I mean, he had some really good games. I mean, but this game was a game where, he only threw 22 times. They ran the ball really effectively, and they want to become a more physical offensive football team.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode. So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO. Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1:04. I'm Peter Schwartz. This report brought to you by Police Officers Right to Sue.com. We'll start in the Bronx. Yankees beat the Tigers 9-3, and the Bombers stay 3 games back of the first-place Blue Jays in the AL East. Aaron Judge hit 2 home runs, and he ties the legendary Joe DiMaggio for 4th place on the Yankees all-time list with 361. Judge passes Yogi Berra and Joe D in the last week.
Just 2 legends, greats in the game, great all-time Yankees. So pretty cool being on a list with them. But I think it's even cooler getting the win and doing something like that.
Cam Schlittler picked up the victory, allowing a run and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 6. Yankees now open up a series with the Red Sox Friday night in Boston. Anthony Volpe received a cortisone shot in his left shoulder. He's day to day. Now to Philadelphia, where the Mets nosedive continues.
Big right-hander with a left leg kick. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Duran strikes out the side. The Phillies win the ball game. Their magic number is down to 5 in the National League East. And for the Mets, a very dispiriting 6th consecutive loss.
Howie Rose.
This one particularly so because they scored 4 runs in the first inning before the Phillies came to the plate and lose the ball game. Their 6th in a row.
That was Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. The Phillies beat the Mets 6-4 to finish off a 4-game sweep. And the Mets lead over the Giants and Reds for the final National League wildcard spot down to a game and a half. NFL Thursday Night Football, Packers over the Commanders 27-18. Giants claim Xavier Gibson off waivers from the Jets. Knicks reportedly re-signed Gary Landry-Shamet to a 1-year deal. And the Liberty beat the Sky 91-86. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
New New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Return of the Mac. Back to back. K-Mac to C-Mac. I've got like less than 50 minutes left. We'll continue with the conversation on the Mets here because I had something in my notes. 10 days ago, Juan Soto said, we get guys on base and we just go bananas. Bananas. Savannah Bananas coming to Yankee Stadium. I'll see y'all there Saturday night. It's up. But since Juan Soto talked about getting guys on base and going bananas, the Mets have lost 7 out of 8. They could have lost all 8. I don't know, man. There is something in the baseball gods and the universe with the Mets. As soon as Steve Cohen comes out and says, yeah, how about that? How about the Fab Four? Soon as Eric Chavez gets on his Instagram to start proclaiming that the offense is back, they don't do anything after that. And so this is a lineup that we thought could hit with anybody. They could hit any pitching, and the Mets pitching would just have to do enough. And now it's just disjointed, bro. It's not mathing. The math is not mathing. It's not adding up. I'm pointing the finger at David Stearns. I saw somebody in the YouTube chat said, we never said he was a genius. He got a lot of credit. He got a lot of credit his first year for the Mets getting to the NLCS. As any GM would, but specifically because it was his first year and they caught fire like they did. I think there was just credit to go around, and we didn't really know where to place it. I give Jorge Lopez credit. Remember after that game, we thought he said he was on the worst effing team. And really, he was saying, I'm the worst. I got to look like the worst effing teammate. And then, they called the team meeting. And then Candelita went number 1 Latin digital single. Grimace threw out the first pitch. And I don't know, man. They need something. They need something to pop up here at home. This is it. And the Texas Rangers, they're hot right now. And DeGrom, DeGrom's not coming in here. DeGrom is not coming in here and giving you anything. He's coming back to his mound. You know what I'm saying? He's coming back to his building to shove, to say, I still got it. And you know who his vendetta is probably against? Not David Stearns, Steve Cohen. Oh, you guys didn't want to give me the extra money to give me the extra year? Okay. Yeah, I missed a year, but I'm back now. You could use me now, couldn't you? And you'll see Jonah Tong, and it's a big spot for Jonah Tong. It's a big, big weekend for the alumni to come back, but there'll be good vibes and good energy. I'm sure seeing the older Mets and, the 86 Mets, it'll help, but this is it because the fans are pissed off, and there are fans that are going to go there, obviously, for the, the memories of DeGrom and the alumni game, but if these guys don't get it together, they're going to boo. They're going to boo. It's going to get loud. And the time is now. They have lost too many games down the stretch here. You're supposed to be playing your best baseball. You're supposed to be rounding into shape here. Since they swept the Phillies, they lost 3 out of 4 to the Marlins in their building. Can't happen. Go and take 2 from the Tigers, which, I don't know what was going on there, where you put up 10 and 12 against the Tigers. And then lose to the Reds, get swept by the Phillies. Got to right the ship now because there's no time left. So let's go down to Atlanta, take my last Mets call before I get out of here. Gregory, you're back on the Fan.
Keith. So glad to speak to you as always, sir. There's such irony in this because do you remember our last conversation? I referenced it to the Avengers.
Yeah.
Doc Strange with the portal and the Yankees going through and the Mets not. Well, that's happening. I'm not the voice of doom and gloom here, but watching this team, this entire almost, we're coming towards the end of the season, there's been a pattern here. And how do you say this? It's symptomatic of the entire team except for Juan Soto. Juan Soto in the beginning, yes, he was slumping, but the blueprint's there. You don't have to be Juan Soto, but look how he approaches the plate. You're not seeing that from some of these other guys. And it's definitely between the ears is one thing. And the other thing is maybe they're spending too much time at that iPad trying to figure out what the pitcher's doing.
Maybe. They weren't able to work walks. Luzardo absolutely locked in and was perfect after that inning where they jumped all over and they had the double steal. Like, I'm listening to the game and I'm like, oh, here it is. This is where it starts. Like, they start off the top of the first with the right energy. I don't know. It just was setting you up for failure.
It's the hitting coach, brother. It's the hitting coach. I'm telling you, I got that champagne bottle. I'm going to crack it open when they get rid of those two losers. That's giving the advice.
Yeah, because,
I mean, Chavez is all right. He was slightly above average ball player. He was no, like, superstar. But you're trying to give hitting advice? Man, get out of here. Kick rocks. Want to go talk to Carlos Delgado. He used to keep a book. He used to keep a book of the pitchers he faced. There's a psychology to it, too, but there's also, you got to know what your hitting zone is. And these guys all over the place. And that's about it. That's all I got to say. But, hey, I look forward to catching up with you and let me know when I crack that champagne bottle.
I'll be here. Thanks for the call, Greg. 888-808-1019. I don't want to be pulling up receipts on what folks said. Actually, I do. I'm ready to do it right now. Let me not even lie. I'm not going to hold you. That's my only shtick is pretending like I don't want to troll the Mets. Like I don't. It's too easy, bro. It's bad fun. But I do want there to be nights where, the Mets play a postseason game, the Yankees play a postseason game. Like, I don't want it to just be Yankee fans hoping and wishing the Yankees win and Met fans hating and hoping the Yankees lose. I want us to both have some stock and some stake in what goes on. And I think this team has enough to figure it out here, but I don't know. You think these kids are going to just be solid every time out the rest of the way? Every time they pitch, there's more film on them. There's more of a book on them. This lineup has got to be better. There's too much money in this lineup for them to be putting up zeros, striking out, not working walks, not going bananas, not getting guys on base and driving them in. They did in the beginning of the game, and then they went quiet. Maybe they got comfortable. Maybe they thought we did enough. 4 runs, we should be able to hold. No, the Phillies, they knew. Give it time. A couple times through the lineup, we'll get to Peterson and whoever they bring out of the pen. Oh, they want to go Reed Garrett. Carlos Mendoza, I think he's a good guy. This is his second year, too. He might not be the right guy for this Juan Soto-led Mets. You need somebody with some fire, man. He seems too cool. He seems too casual. He seems too comfortable in a way that's like, we know who we are. We're going to turn. It's like, when? At this point in the season now, like, I don't know. I'm going off of like Buck Showalter. Buck Showalter would have been a little different as far as his delivery and his urgency and his fire as far as what this team needs to do, especially against your division rivals. Like, especially against a team that, you had a first place lead on. You just swept. You supposedly own. Like, your fans feel good about if you get into the dance, if you face the Phillies, you'll be able to beat them. I don't know about that anymore. Fingers crossed, but you got to sweat it out. And a lot of you aren't sweating it out. I jumped into a couple Mets spaces this week. Every night it was a loss. And I heard a lot of people checking out. A lot of people talking about the collapse. A lot of people being done with this team, saying it's inevitable. And I've been on this schedule for weeks now where I said, okay, they got to win the rest of these series to like really lock it up. The Giants, you own the tiebreaker against. The Reds, you don't. And they're both on your heels. And they're not playing good baseball right now where, like, you're facing teams like the Texas Rangers who just swept the Milwaukee Brewers. And then also, the Texas Rangers had an off day. They're in New York already. They're waiting for you. DeGrom is waiting for you. They're not going to have any mercy. Like, the Texas Rangers are looking at it like, hey, our season is not over yet. The Texas Rangers are looking at it like, if we go in here and handle business, we're a game and a half out of the wild card. The Cincinnati Reds and the San Francisco Giants are a game and a half out of wild card. It's tighten up time. 888-808-1019. The Yankees need to tighten up their PR. They need to tighten up their messaging. I just don't understand, bro. It doesn't make any sense. And like, we're going to continue to talk about it, I'm sure. And Volpe at some point will be in the lineup again. But like, who did it serve to cover up this injury? Who did it benefit? Who did it help? The Yankees? Because they didn't want to take out their shortstop that they drafted and developed and put on billboards, and now he's got advertising with Red Bull and Charles Tyrwhitt, and he's on the ticket bill. I don't know. It didn't help Anthony Volpe any. He got hurt and he struggled after. It didn't help Aaron Boone's case, who people are calling for Boone's job, and Boone's putting him in the lineup. And even Boone today is talking about, hey, I didn't know about this on, like this is a separate thing. I didn't know he re-aggravated this shoulder thing. You would think the manager should know about the health of his players. It definitely didn't help the fans. And this doesn't help the fans either, because now the fans are just even more like, we don't trust y'all. We don't know what to believe. And we don't care. Just play Caballero. Let's go to Pat in Ozone Park on the Fan. What's up, Pat?
Hi, Kate. 4 years. Love you, man.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, no problem. Listen, on this Volpe thing, I don't believe the Yankees. Doesn't sound like you believe them. I think it's all a face-saving thing, and I think that in trying to do the face-saving, they blew even that.
Like, they botched this. It's just like, why now? I don't know. It doesn't do anything now to say, oh, yeah, well, because it's like May, June, July, August, September, 4 months of a baseball season. That's half the season.
You the man, Keith. You the man. Enjoy the rest of the season.
Appreciate the call, Pat. I just don't understand. And I don't know why they can't just call a spade a spade. Like the New York phrase, I'm not gonna hold you. Don't hold me up, Yankees. Just tell me what it is. I can handle it. We can handle it. He's hurt. He can't play. Okay. Instead of running him out there every day, it's insanity, expecting different results. How many nights were I saying, Anthony Volpe's not going to magically fix himself? And now, I do feel even more bad for the kid, because he's not Judge, a big burly ox. He's a little guy. And I remember watching that game, and they stopped that game for 20 minutes. I wonder if I can go to the box score and see how long that delay. I'm like, he's hurt. He's hurt. Take him out. And I think he finished that game, and for what, bro? What do you achieve? And what appearance are you trying to put on? It's not like he is an all-star. It's not like he is a fan favorite. He's the whipping boy. If anything, he's the least favorite. It's him and Devin Williams. So what did that accomplish? In Brooklyn, Sonny's up next on the Fan. What you thinking about?
Yo, Keith, all I got to say is, man, you're an awesome guy. I used to live in Chicago, 98, 99, during Michael Jordan, in 2005, during the White Sox. I moved out to Miami. I was there in 2010, 11, 12, during the Miami Heat days. I moved out here to New York. And I'll tell you what, I got into baseball recently for this season, and it's exciting to listen to you right after every single game, man. I always look forward to it. Just want to let you know that. First-time caller, so thank you so much for everything, man. And
appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I had a question in terms of this whole Volpe situation with him being hurt and things like that. Now, I come from a finance accounting background, right? Like Wall Street, Rockefeller, that kind of thing. And if you are investing in a company, I know it's not the same, but let's say I'm a fan, I'm investing in the team, right? I want to know everything that's going on, right? You can talk about company trade secrets, all that stuff, but when you got a player hurt, it's like you got a defective product and you're selling that defective product. And then when the manager, let's say it will be like the CEO, right? Because he's not let's say Boone is the CEO. He's not the part of the governors or the directors, those kind of things. Like, I feel like as a fan, I've been defrauded.
That's a great way to put it. That's a great metaphor and an analogy for it. It's we've been watching this kid play all season, striking out, leading the league in errors, and he's had a partially torn labrum. He shouldn't have been out there.
Dude, I mean, you've had Caballero, right? It's been since May. this kind of thing, it's like...
I mean, they've had Caballero since, the trade deadline.
Yeah.
But that's the deadline. That's what I said before. If you knew Volpe had a partially torn labrum, you could have traded for someone earlier. Shut him down. But I guess their only option... And this is where... and I don't mean to keep cutting you off. We're kind of having the back and forth. I'm looking at Cashman, bro. I'm looking at Cashman. Why were you so confident in Volpe? You're fighting Joel Sherman at the GM meetings about him. You're so confident in Volpe that you don't have a backup plan for him. You guys are so confident in Volpe that you tell him you're the shortstop, we're not going to send you down. You were just so sure. Why was he the lock? You weren't even that sure with Judge. It was Judge versus Aaron Hicks in right field when Judge was coming up.
I love Judge. Yo, Volpe's got some tapes on somebody. That's all I got to say. Honestly,
it's crazy.
Man, thank you so much, man, for being like the one thing I look forward to after every single Yankee game. It's awesome. And honestly, maybe one day I'll catch you going solo to a game. That's something that I was about to go do that today, but I'm a girl dad. I got 2 girls in daycare. Things didn't go out that way. And honestly, I'm excited to watch the Yankees, but today I felt like the only exciting part was just to see Donald Trump. Yeah, okay, they won, but it's like I feel like the Detroit Tigers, they lost more than the Yankees won. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what to say, but it would have been much more epic if they had won the series, but they didn't. And I felt like Trump came in the building and was like, yo, make sure the Yankees win today, okay? Okay, cool. You know what I mean? I know.
Sure. I mean, he's the most powerful man in the world. Thanks for the call, Sonny. Trump pulls up. He's talking about George Steinbrenner in respect to the boss. He's talking about when he used to come through and security is high level. And, yeah, you would have liked that to be the rubber match. You would have liked that to be the game to decide the series. But the Yankees decided to lay down and swing for the fences and look stupid for 2 days and let the bullpen implode, and that's not how it went. But yeah, I think the rest of the way here, it's okay. At least we've gotten to this point, right? Because, the joke Sonny just made, he's got some pictures or something on somebody. I don't get it. I don't get it. This is professional sports. This is the New York Yankees, arguably the most famous franchise in professional sports. You know what was crazy yesterday? I went to the game yesterday, and I always say every night at Yankee Stadium, there's someone from out of the country. Every night at Yankee Stadium, it's someone's birthday. It's someone's first time. Someone's getting proposed to. Somebody's got a group of 10 tickets, whatever. I saw these people with these special made Yankee pinstripe jerseys that said Taiwan on them. They said Taiwan on the back and then different numbers, I think 1 through 8. And I drive back from the stadium last night, and I get down here by Charlton to pull up to WFAN, and I see one of the girls walking with the Yankee jersey that says, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, damn, what time did she leave the game and get on the train and be on foot down here? And I'm like, have you ever done that? Have you ever been in Yankee Stadium and then dipped off either in your car or on the train and then saw somebody else in New York City that you saw? I saw that person in the stadium, either they were wearing a certain hat or a certain jersey, or I think I've done that before, but that was funny. I'm like, she was at the Yankee game. I'm like, she must have left when the Yankees went down 3-0 instead of staying there to watch the Yankees completely give it up. 888-808-1019. I do want to talk about Thursday Night Football. Let me take another Yankee call, and then when we break, I'll come back and I'll talk about Thursday Night Football. I want to know how the Giant fan feels watching Thursday Night Football. Now, it did actually turn into, the scoreboard made it look like a closer game, and it did turn into Washington actually scoring 15 points in the fourth quarter, but through 3 quarters, they only had 3. So I have some thoughts about that. We'll go through the box score, some different things. I definitely have some takes on the Green Bay Packers. But it's WFAN. It's after the Yankee game, after the Met game. The Yankees avoid the sweep. The biggest story of the day with the Yankees is Anthony Volpe's cortisone shot in his shoulder, and he's been playing with a partially torn labrum, and I just don't understand why you would hide that. I don't understand what the purpose is of not shutting him down and forcing him to play through it when he's been terrible. Ray in Babylon on the Fan next. Go for it, Ray. Yeah, me too. Please. Yeah, so Caballero for the rest of the season. And I don't think anybody's going to hold it against the Yankees or Anthony Volpe. It's a responsible thing to do. Yeah, you agree? Mm-hmm. 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 Ray is with us. 888-808-101. Subconsciously, Ray is agreeing. It gets late, man. You know, I've been thinking about all these nights, too. I've definitely screwed up my biorhythms. I've probably taken a couple years off my life being up. I'm up every night till like 3, 4. At least you guys tune in and can just pass out. I can't fall asleep on air. I know that has happened before here, but I've never done that. Please is cracking me up. Please said we're 2 for 2 with the snoring, and the falling asleep on air happened exactly where I'm sitting right now. It's fun, man. Thanks for the call, Ray. Thanks for the snoring. I don't take it personal. I think in the beginning I did. Because in the beginning, people would write stuff online like, Keith McPherson is unlistenable. As soon as Keith McPherson comes on, I change the dial. Oh, Keith McPherson instantly puts me to sleep at night. I don't read so much anymore. It's funny how it evolves. When I first came into WFAN, and as you heard callers tonight, oh, I didn't think you were going to make it. Thanks. What, you think I was going to, like, combust? You think I was going to explode or something and poof, never come back? Like, the whole game was to learn the game. The whole game was to kind of, like, get better and develop my show. And if I wasn't getting better, that would be a problem. But in the beginning, I just would obsess about. I just had an interview with this kid from Quinnipiac, and I told him, he's like, what was the biggest moment for you? I'm like, I've had so many blessed moments and big moments in my life and my career that I look back on, and I thank God that I've gotten this far in America, living my American dream to bring that all back. But I'm like, I was in Puerto Rico when they announced that I would become the new nighttime host. And I read everything. My wife went to sleep. I think I was in the casino, just drinking and gambling. And I just went out on the beach and I was faded and I was just scrolling through, reading through everything. And I'm like, well, damn, I haven't even gotten on air yet and they hate me. So then when I did start, I was nervous and I was overthinking and I was reading stuff all the time. Now I don't care. And now I have a kid. And now I've gotten to the point where, like, it does not matter. I literally don't care. And I think I got enough love where, like, the love, the math of the amount of people that show love and support and the real life, like I can't stand in one spot in Yankee Stadium without drawing a crowd. That's because of you guys. I can't go to Yankee Stadium without taking pictures. I am sometimes shocked at people's reaction towards me because I have been in that stadium for a lot longer, not being someone on the radio, not being on the fan where, like, nobody was checking for me. I've been in that stadium alone. So, like, I know. I told you guys earlier this week I was having a conversation and someone asked the reach of WFAN and I chat GPT'd it and I was like, what? I was like, I didn't have a clue. I used to say, like, oh, yeah, hundreds of thousands of people can hear us. No way. Chat GPT claims that WFAN can reach 1.1 million people in a 15-minute span. You know how many 5-hour shows I've done? 888-808-1019. When we come back, I'm going to talk about Thursday Night Football. Week 2 is upon us. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up. We're wide open for calls. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Swing on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Bronx Bombers head to Beantown to take on the Sox. 7:10 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental. From the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit MaggioEnvironmental.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right. Just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman invites you to the free summer concert series at Eisenhower Park. Friday, September 19th, music icon Bret Michaels brings his Party Gras tour to Eisenhower Park. Bret Michaels with special guest Don Felder, former lead guitarist of the Eagles. Showtime 7 p.m. Bring a blanket or lawn chair. Free admission and parking. Friday, September 19th at Eisenhower Park.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Jerry Jones. So in Lambeau, after the Green Bay Packers defeat the Bum Manders, the Washington Commanders, they interview Micah Parsons, right? And the Packers faithful are chanting, "Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. Unforgivable." Jerry Jones, who done did it now. I'm so done and detached. Like, I'm going home to get a fresh shape up, fade, and my barber is right across the street from where my mom stays. My mom is still rocking with the Dallas Cowboys. Bless her heart. She literally said the phrase, "I'm going down with the sinking ship." And I'm like, all right, Ma, do your thing. Like, I can't tell you what to do, Ma. I put you on the sinking ship. If I'm getting off the sinking ship, you're supposed to follow your son, but whatever. I said, I'll bring you some of my Dallas gear. I'll bring you all of it, honestly. You can choose whatever you want. I got a bunch of jerseys. I got hoodies, sweatpants, jacket. I'm never putting this on again. That is clown wear. I am never putting on Jerry Jones apparel. I'm done. And as I'm watching Micah Parsons apply pressure to Jaden Daniels, affect Jaden Daniels, disrupt the Bum Manders offense, how do you trade this guy? How do you not even trade this guy? Because that's not what was supposed to happen. But I did get on the fan, and I remember a Cowboys fan calling me and saying, "Keith, what?" Because Jerry Jones told Cowboys fans, "Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that." He's like, "How do you see this, not getting done?" I'm like, they're on ESPN saying that the Ravens and the Bills should be calling the Cowboys. If they're saying that on air, like, that's where we're at. Like, these are people in the know that, like, the relationship is damaged to the point where they're going to have to trade him. Or if they didn't, Micah Parsons was going to sit out. And now you're seeing him in week 2. He's in mid-season form. He didn't have a training camp. Next Gen Stats has Micah Parsons generated a team-high 8 pressures and half a sack on 37 pass rushes in his second game with the Packers. He's not even playing the whole game. 6 of Parsons' pressures came in the second half. You know what they're doing? They're saving him to close him out. I mean, he had a sack of Jared Goff, half sack tonight, and post-game he's talking about we can get back to that bowl this quick. 3 weeks, he's talking about we with the Green Bay Packers and getting back to the bowl. Speaking of the bowl, watching the game tonight, they flashed a stat. Something about the 27 club, age 27. Bart Starr at age 27. NFL champion, 1961. Brett Favre, age 27. Super Bowl champion. Won Super Bowl 31. Aaron Rodgers, age 27, won the Super Bowl 2. You already know where I'm going with this, right? Jordan Love is about to turn 27. The Packers are Super Bowl favorites. How could they not be? How could they not be the team that you're thinking about is going to challenge the Philadelphia Eagles this year? They just beat the Lions, who were a playoff team, and that playoff team got beat by the Commanders, who were in the NFC Championship. The Packers won't face the Eagles until November, but they've got the Browns, and then they've got the Dallas Cowboys right after that. So they're going to go to Jerry World and embarrass the Cowboys. And if they stay healthy, they keep Jordan Love healthy. Like, Romeo Doubs is lighting it up for them. Remember Romeo Doubs got suspended? Romeo Doubs was suspended for a game last year in October for conduct detrimental to the team. He skipped practice. He was mad about, like, not getting enough targets. Now they're throwing him the ball. And they drafted Matthew Golden. Jaden Reed, I'm glad I didn't play him in fantasy. I thought about it after he scored last week. He got hurt tonight. But they have him, Christian Watson, Josh Jacobs, rather. The Packers defense, they're beasts, bro. Like, they run to the ball. They swarm. They're monsters up front. They added Xavier McKinney to that team. And I wonder how the Giants fans are feeling watching a team go 3 quarters and hold the Commanders to 3 points, and a Packers team go out there and score 27 points, 3 touchdowns on them just a short week after, not even a full week, some 5 days after. 888-808-1019. Josh and Passaic back on the Fan.
Yo, Keith, how you doing?
Good, man. NFL Week 2 is upon us. Good little Thursday night football game. You see the Packers, you see the Commanders. Did you watch that game?
No, the Giants are chasing away all my football love. I didn't want to see the Commanders now any time again. And, so I heard about what happened in the game and stuff. And just like, it's the feel about the Giants as a Giants fan is like what are we supposed to say? Like, the team was like flat. The line stinks. So, like, what can happen? Like, they should put Scatterboo. I think he would be a much better blocker than half the line. Hanging the guy could for sure.
You want Scatterboo to put his hand in the dirt and play guard for Greg Van Roten?
I'm sure he can do a better job. The guy looks like he has them.
You saw he got the scepter. He won the first scepter for Angry Runs with Kyle Brandt this week. You know what that is?
This guy. Oh, no.
So it's like Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football. Every week he'll go through highlights of, running backs or anybody with the ball that kind of trucked somebody or threw somebody off. And that early play where, Cam Scatterboo was going up the sideline, he shook off like 3 defenders. He ended up getting the first scepter for Angry Runs.
Wow, look at that. Giants getting an award and
yeah.
Have him do that.
He got that in his first game. I think he's going to be a regular. I think he's going to be somebody that wins that a lot because that's his style. But he's not going to block. They need to block this week. The Cowboys don't have that dominant of a pass rush up front. They need to have a better showing. And I do not want to hear that Jackson Dart will be playing in the second half and they're going to bench Russell Wilson. It makes no sense. No sense to bench. I don't care. Yeah, even if Russell Wilson is terrible in the first half, this is his whole game to lose.
Get tired of hearing all the whole package play thing. Like, let's throw him in for
for what?
A quick set. Let's flip the whole offense.
He's not a running quarterback. For what? Keep him safe.
Yeah, I don't know. Right, and then, just quickly going onto my Mets real quick, after the sweep, there's just one word to put on the Mets. It's just sad how you have the top payroll, yet there's a huge black hole in the lineup, and it's not that even in the lineup itself, it's not even really so much because of injuries. And then you look at the rotation, it's 3 rookies, and yet you have all this money being spent on these guys that can't pitch. And the worst thing is, watch the Mets come up versus the Rangers, and they're going to win 2 out of 3. Then they'll be 2.5 games up, and they're going to do this thing where they bounce back up and down. They do this, they did this last year, but at least we had more trust in them. And that thing with the Mets is that you can't even take all your comments out of them, because then they can go out and have a week and a half where they just play dominant stretch, and that's what all we're hoping for in the playoffs. It's just so annoying because the consistency just isn't there with them. It's just frustrating to see. We'll hope things change, but who knows? Thanks for taking my call. Have a great night. Great weekend, man.
Thanks for the call, Josh. You're going to have to sweat it out every game, or don't. Like I said, I was in a Met fan space, and some Met fans saying they turned the game off. They knew that they were going to come back. When it was 4-3, they were like, oh, well, we don't stand a chance because they're going to score enough runs to beat us here, and we're not going to be able to score after that. This Rangers series, I think, is interesting, though. You've got DeGrom going on Friday. You've got Corbin versus Sproat on Saturday. Will you see Merrill Kelly on Sunday? Because that's an interesting thought as well about how David Stearns. I had a quote card that WFAN put out one night. I guess I was talking about the Mets, and I said that they needed to pick up a starter at the deadline to navigate through the rest of this season and the National League in the postseason. I felt like it was necessary for them to add a starter. I didn't know that they were going to add 3 kids as starters, but my thought was add anybody that could potentially help. And they passed on the likes of Merrill Kelly, who is with the Tigers now, not the Tigers now, the Texas Rangers now. They won't see him. I'm like, wouldn't that be something if you face Merrill Kelly and he shoves? DeGrom will shove. Maybe Patrick Corbin will. But I think, home cooking, getting back home, like I said, DeGrom, he's going to get a standing ovation in there. People are going to be wearing their DeGrom jerseys. And then you got the Alumni Classic, the Alumni Game. You got a bobblehead. I think that the vibes are going to be right, and the Mets will right the ship in their own building a little bit. But you'll still have to sweat it out because you have the Padres after that, you have the Cubs after that, and the Marlins after that. And going into this homestand only up a game and a half, a series could mess you up. And let's see what the Giants and what the Reds do after that. Jeff is in Louisiana on the Fan. What's up, Jeff?
Oh, hey, Chris. I'm in Case. I did that again.
All good. It will literally be Chris in 13 minutes.
I appreciate your forgiveness. I'm really been grieving in a way. I mean, not like somebody died or anything, but I've been grieving about Evan Neal. And so I called asking if maybe you could give me some insight in your opinion. What went wrong? I mean, he's so big. He's so strong. He's so powerful when he can block straight ahead. And the Giants don't even dress him. And I'm just so disappointed. And they came into the season wanting to move toward what the Parcells offensive lines used to be. They wanted to be able to control the clock on the ground, that kind of thing. And they look so pathetic at the goal line. I wanted to see. I would have liked to have seen Evan Neal at guard in those situations.
This is my thought on Evan Neal. He got drafted in a tough place. This is a kid who went to IMG Academy. This is a kid who went to Alabama. He was always the biggest kid, always the strongest kid, always played tackle, and dominated. And he came to the NFL where everybody's the best, everybody's the biggest, and specifically New York where it's hard to play. And I don't know if he didn't pick up the playbook. I don't know if he just, whatever it was, they moved him off tackle. Now he's at guard, learning a new position, and he hasn't picked it up fast enough to even be dressed for the game. He was a 7th overall pick. I think what also hurt him was his comments, right? He attacked like food workers in New York. It was foolish. But he said something about, I don't care about these people flipping burgers. And it's like, well, I care about these people flipping burgers. I eat a burger anywhere in New York. Like, you got to chill with that. And, that came down hard on him, and he never recovered. So I don't think it could hurt, though. With Greg Van Roten, he is 35. How much worse can Evan Neal be? Obviously, a lot worse that he's not even in a helmet and shoulder pads. Like, they look at him as just a waste of space, waste of a pick for sure.
I go back a long ways. I remember when the Lombardi Packers had some really great offensive linemen like Forrest Gregg. And I think there was a Minnesota Viking. I'm not sure if I have the right team that had a particularly good guard, and they used to be able to run right behind him. And you knew they were going to run behind him, and you couldn't stop them anyway. I was just wish fulfillment thinking, can't the Giants put Evan Neal in at least sometimes on like a 3rd and 1? And it's
I don't know. He might not have the right attitude. There's something there. It's very telling that he was not even dressed week 1. Thanks for the call, Jeff. Just want to get to the next call. I don't know. He's been around for too long. This kid is a freak athlete. He's a monster. He's big. He's strong. I don't know. I don't understand how they're not using him. I don't understand how you even go through the draft process of talking to a guy, meeting a guy, and bringing him into your building and him being an absolute waste of space. Last call of the night goes to Jeff in Clinton, Connecticut. Jeff, are you there?
Hey, Keith, how you doing? Love the show. Follow all your feeds. Love it.
Thanks, man.
I've called numerous times, but just a quick to get to the point. I know we're running out of time here. I don't think getting rid of Micah Parsons was the worst thing for the Cowboys, number one. Number two, I'm a little disappointed in you with your Cowboy fandom. I mean, I'm a diehard Cowboys fan and Yankees fan. I've been through it. We see everybody else win and not us. But, another question, who are you jumping ship to? Who's the next team that you're going to root for if you're not going to root for the Cowboys?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the Buffalo Bills to fly me out, put me up in a suite when they make their new stadium. Maybe Lamar Jackson, Flock Gang. Maybe I'll go down and rock with the Ravens. I would expect the Giants or the Jets. I live 20 minutes from the stadium. Pull up. I don't know. I've been putting it on my son. When my boy decides who he wants to root for, we will root for them together. I'm just not a Dallas fan. And it ain't just for Micah Parsons. Look at how they fired their coach last year. And Schottenheimer actually looked good in the first week as a head coach. He looked fine. But, they made a stupid decision there. They got blown out last time they were in the playoffs. They're always one and done. They're a clown show. I am not a clown. All right, C-Max coming up next. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
It's BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2 on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
Remember, for years, we were evaluating him on a quarterback that they could sit there and say, well, this wasn't our guy. He was forced on us. Well, that guy went out and had a spectacular week 1 elsewhere.
Look good.
And your guy that you brought in was awful. So is it Daniel Jones or is it Brian Dable?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Looking for the perfect place to catch the game on Long Island? Check out Tap Room, now with 9 locations, including their newest at Station Yards in Ronkonkoma. Great food, rotating craft beer, and TVs everywhere. Plus Sunday game day drink specials, wing night Thursdays, and kids eat free Tuesdays. It's the best place for sports, food, and friends. Visit taproomofny.com to find your spot.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This report brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Leaf plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. Let's start at Yankee Stadium, where the Yankees offense exploded.
Stanton ready. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Swing on deep to left, and that's way gone. Didn't even move. Way out. I'm talking 15 rows back. Folks, left field. A bomb, but Big G. Giancarlo Stanton, home run number 20. Yet another Yankee with 20 or more home runs. That's his 49th RBI, and it's a 5-1 New York lead.
Dave Sims here on the Fan. Yankees beat the Tigers 9-3. They stay 3 games back of the first-place Blue Jays in the American League East. Aaron Judge with 2 home runs. He ties Joe DiMaggio for 4th place on the Yankees all-time list with 361. Cam Schlittler gets the win. He allowed a run and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 6 innings. The Yankees now open up a series with the Red Sox Friday night in Boston. Anthony Volpe received a cortisone shot in his left shoulder. He is day-to-day. Now to Philadelphia, where the Mets lost their 6th in a row. They lose to the Phillies 6-4 after they had a 4-0 lead in the first inning. Mets lead over the Giants and Reds for the final National League wildcard spot down to a game and a half. So, is Jeff McNeil worried?
We got a bunch of great guys in here. And, we've been through a lot this year, but right now we're in a playoff spot. So, it could be worse, but come tomorrow. Tough game tomorrow, and be ready.
David Peterson with a no decision, gave up 3 runs and 7 hits over 5 innings. Reed Garrett took the loss, and now the Mets open up a series with the Rangers Friday night at Citi Field. Thursday night football, Packers over the Commanders 27-18. The Giants claim former Jets kick returner wide receiver Xavier Gibson off of waivers. NBA, the Knicks reportedly re-signing guard Landry Shamet to a 1-year deal. WNBA, the Liberty over the Sky 91-86. And that's what's happening with sports flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Yes, that line forms on the right base. Not that Maggie's back in town. Look out, old Maggie's back.
Yeah. Did I lose it there for a second? I think I did.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 203 on the Fan. McMonigle here with you for the next 3 hours on this Football Friday. We made it to the weekend, baby. Weekend starts in 3 hours, 5 a.m., when the warm-up show comes your way. 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side, and we're taking your calls. And yes, it's Football Friday, and we'll do our picks today around 3:45 when we normally do them, even though Marco's not here, but we'll have his picks as well. We'll talk about last night as the Packers early on making their case as one of the dominant teams in the NFL. Will they be that? We'll get to the Anthony Volpe situation, the Yankee victory out at Yankee Stadium, the president in person to see it happen, shook Judge's hands. Judge went and hit 2 bombs to start, but we have to start with the Mets in free fall. In absolute free fall. And last night is one of those games that has been a trend for the New York Mets in this offense all year. All year. Score early, do nothing the rest of the way. And when I mean do nothing, I mean absolutely do nothing against Luzardo. They score 4 runs in the first. 4 runs in the first in a game that, mind you, is the 4th game of a 4-game series. You're trying to avoid being swept and embarrassed by your divisional opponent, your rival, who has clearly taken control of this division and is now 11 games up. 11! At the trade deadline, they said it earlier. I wanted to go back and check it. I'm just going to go with what they said on the broadcast. The Mets were half a game up in the division at the trade deadline. Even if it was Philadelphia, it was virtually tied at the trade deadline. It's now an 11-game lead. And I know the division's been long gone, but just 11 games. 11 games since the trade deadline. You are about to blow this thing as the Cincinnati Reds have now, it's a game and a half, 1 in the loss column. You are desperate for wins here. You're playing your bitter rival, trying to avoid getting swept in a 4-game set as you're clinging to any kind of semblance of holding on and getting to the postseason and hoping that you can turn your season around from there. You jump out to a 4-0 lead with Peterson on the mound, who has been this year, I know he's not McLean as of late, but he has been your most consistent starting pitcher. You jump out to a 4-0 lead, and then, my goodness, do you go freaking lifeless. And I know Peterson gives up 3 runs. And I know Jeff McNeil makes a bad play in the outfield, and Reed Garrett, who should have never been in the game, in that spot, gives up 3 runs, and you end up giving up 6 runs. But this offense, and I'm sorry, man, I know, and I've said this a ton with the Yankees over the years, the Mets over the years, it's easy in baseball to say when you don't hit that you're lifeless. You don't hit, there's no fight. You hit, you don't hit, it's like, oh, do they even care? I know that's easy to go to. It's easy. Baseball is an easy sport to say that when you're being shut down. But the manager the other day called for some fight after going and taking Shromanaya into the dugout, saying whatever he said to him, sending him back out there, throwing 3 good innings the rest of the way, and talking about this team fighting. All year long, they have been an offense that jumps out to early leads and then does nothing the rest of the game. To show the level of absolute disinterest, and I'm sorry. And I even saw, like, again, we're watching football, I'm watching the Yankees. I didn't listen to the broadcast every single second, but there was like a segment there. Were they laughing it up with the Phillies dugout? Was like Marte and the Phillies having some sort of laughing back and forth, pointing at each other? Like, they're up 4-0 in a game they desperately need, and then 24 consecutive batters, and considering it was a double play at the end of the first, 25 consecutive outs without reaching base the rest of the way. They get completely shut down after a 4-0 lead. That's it, 4-0. And the at-bats in this game are so feeble. And I know Luzardo found it. And after the first inning, he's able to go 8 innings on 97 pitches, 10 strikeouts. He was locating. He had all 3 pitches working. I'm listening to that lousy Fox broadcast. Like, he pitched well. But this team is on life support, and that's the effort you get? That's the effort you get? Those are the at-bats you get? 24 consecutive hitters without getting on base? I mean, I don't know what's going on with this team. It's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom what's going on with this team and just the narratives around it. And you know what? It's probably unfair, and I talked about it yesterday. It's probably unfair, but you've got Pete Alonso and some comments after the game. They continue to tell you how good they are. You've got Juan Soto, fair or not. Right now, you have to ask the question about whether or not he's more interested in stealing bases. I think it's probably overblown, but you've got the narratives of selfish Juan Soto, a team that has no idea how close they are to an absolute disaster, a pitching staff that outside of the 3 young kids has nothing for you, a bullpen that is falling apart, and an offense that a month ago or 3 weeks ago was a freaking juggernaut, has reverted back to what they've been every single day outside of that small stretch of doing absolutely nothing. And if they do, it's in the first 2 innings, and then they go absolutely dead. They're, again, the only team that has not come back after losing after 8. They fall behind. The game starts turning in the wrong direction, and there is no fight from a group that was the complete opposite last year. The complete opposite. From that team meeting on last year, there was nothing but fight from this group. There was nothing but resilience from this group. There was nothing but coming back from this group. And right now they have 0 of it. 0. You got the manager making decisions that I don't understand. I would have thrown Peterson back out there in the 6th, but even so, you can't go to I wouldn't have went to Reed Garrett there in that spot, considering he's just back from the IL virtually, a couple of outings. You've got Rogers, you've got Raley, and you have Diaz, who hasn't pitched since he changed shoes against Cincinnati. Like, you can't throw Reed Garrett in that spot. You have to go with the few arms that have been good for you down the stretch here, and you have to be willing to set it up for 2 innings of Diaz, who outside of Chapman might be the best reliever in baseball this year. Why is Acuna even starting this game? Let alone still hitting for himself at the top of the 8th inning. Why would you allow it? I don't care if it's left-handed. Beatty has had decent enough numbers against lefties. He's a professional hitter. Acuna is nothing this year. I appreciate what he did last year for them. This is not last year. He is a bench player who you hope you can utilize and put in for either defense or pinch running. That's it. He should not be starting. And at a point where you have now gone 19 consecutive batters without getting on base, you cannot allow him to hit in the 8th inning. The manager isn't showing urgency. The team is showing no urgency. The offense is showing no urgency. They can't hold on to leads, and God forbid they fall behind. They completely go to sleep. Do they recognize how close they are to a collapse that would be one of the worst in franchise history? This would be the collapse, the season. This would go down as one of the more disgusting, disappointing, hard to fathom, sick to your stomach type seasons for a Met fan, and they're littered with them. It's unbelievable. It was hard to watch this game. And you can sense it coming from this group. You can sense it coming. Once the ball starts rolling in the wrong direction, they have no way to stop it. And the at-bats were terrible after the first inning. Terrible. I mean, and I get, Peterson, he gave up 3 runs. Your starter gives up 3 runs in 5 innings. It's not a good outing. It's not something you expect. You're hoping more from Peterson. He did only throw 86 pitches, and he could have went back out for the 6th. I mean, with the way this bullpen is throwing, Mendoza honestly has to just treat it. I got to throw my starting rotation, especially, with still kind of having a 6-man rotation here. Like, I've got to be willing to go as long as I possibly can with Peterson. I've got to be willing to go as long as I can with McLean. I have to be willing to go as long as I can with Tong. I have to be willing to go as long as I can with now Sproat coming up. Like, I can't rush to my bullpen. I have 2 arms I trust, maybe 3 with Raley. And Reed Garrett isn't one of them. And they're welcoming in the Texas Rangers and obviously Jacob deGrom. In his return to Citi Field, he's been dominant. The Texas Rangers are winning with players I don't know how they're winning with. You've got 29-year-old rookies. You got a bunch of names you never heard of. No Garcia, no Simeon, no Seager. And they're finding ways to win. They're one of the hottest teams in baseball, fighting to get into the postseason. And there is no fight from the Mets. There is nothing that you see that makes you feel good about this group at all, other than, and this is how you know. And again, I am a firm believer that things change October 1st. I do believe that. You get into the postseason, you never know. It's a new season. I'm not saying that we should all be confident about it, but you have to get there. And right now, the only positive thing that you can say about the Mets' chances to get into the postseason is that the Reds and Giants aren't any good. That's it. That is it. There is nothing else that could make you confident about this group. There's nothing that we're seeing on a daily basis. This is now 6 in a row. The Phillies took 3 out of 4. The Phillies are up 10 games heading into last night. The Phillies have taken an absolute strangled hold on the division. They're well above the Dodgers for a bye. This game's meant so much more to the New York Mets than it did the Phillies. It's not even worth mentioning. And they were down 4-0 in the first inning. And then from that point on, they were the team that showed urgency. They were the team that played with life. They were the team that fought back. And I know you can't get Bader out, and I know right now Philadelphia is playing well. I get it. But that was just a disgusting performance from the Mets in a game they were desperate to have. And you can talk about, hey, listen, we're good, but we know that, but we still have to win games. I get it. All the stuff in the postgame, I don't get hung up on because I don't know what he's supposed to say. I don't know what Mendoza's supposed to say. But you take it back to that first game in Cincinnati. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Diaz finds a way with his new shoes to somehow get out of that. You take that first game of the series, and you feel like, man, what are you, 4 or 5 games up on the Reds? Yes, the division's most likely over as you head into Philadelphia. Even with a sweep, you'd only knock it down to 3 games. That's still a long way to go. At least it gives you a chance for the division, but it makes it still 3 games with this many to play isn't easy. But you're locked into a postseason series. You're locked into a postseason position. You're feeling a little bit better about the team. The Reds aren't any good. And from that moment on, this team has completely imploded. We have seen it time and time again. Off of the 7-game win streak after David Wright Day, right into a 7-game slide. All of this offense for 3 weeks in August, where they're suddenly changing the narrative on can't hit in the clutch, right into this freaking disaster where they do nothing. Taking that first game against the Reds, setting yourself up 4 or 5 games up in that final wild card spot, and now you go right onto this 6-game losing streak, and it ends with an embarrassing performance. And now the Mets are 5 games over 500. This Met team with the highest payroll in baseball, with Juan Soto, with a trade deadline where they had the best bullpen in baseball next to the San Diego Padres. This Met team with the pitching lab. This Met team with young kids coming up bullpen and bolster the rotation. This Met team that's taken over the city, that Juan Soto chose because of the present, the future, all of it. They're 5 games over 500 and 1 game in the loss column from being overtaken by the Cincinnati Reds. And it looks like, honestly, they're the frog in the boiling water. That's what it looks like. It looks like they've been sitting in this thing for forever. The heat's getting turned up, and they're not aware of it. They're not aware of it. "25 consecutive outs. 25. After scoring 4 runs in the first. Not a single rally, not a single base runner. The rest of the way. Yeah, rotation's kind of a mess right now. You're relying on 3 kids. Peterson wasn't overly great, can't get out of the 5th inning. I get it. Bullpen's really struggled. Helsley's been a disaster. You got a couple arms you trust. There's been some injuries. The Minter injury at the start of the year, devastating. I get it. The pitching is a real issue right now. This offense is dragging them to the bottom. There's no doubt. It's the offense, man. It's been the offense all year. It's the offense now. Go win a baseball game. You're up 4-0. Go pour on. Go pour it on. Take out some aggression, get pissed off, and go beat the Phillies, even though they've won the division, even though they've won this series, even though they've, done everything they need to do. Get pissed off and have a 4-run lead become a 7-run lead. And instead, they were happy with their 4, and they just allowed the wave of red and white to just bowl them over. That's an embarrassing performance from the Mets. It's an embarrassing performance for the Mets. And this season is on the borderline of becoming the most embarrassing season arguably in franchise history. I know they're the worst team money can buy, and we can go through this and that. I get it. This was a city shifting offseason. Highest payroll in baseball. You're supposed to, with the highest payroll in baseball, we talk about the Yankees, 33 straight years of over 500. Who cares? Anyone can do that. Mets with the highest for payroll in baseball are 5 games over 500. 5. The only thing you could say is I don't think the Reds are any good. That's it. Congratulations. That's where we are. Well, at least the Reds aren't any good. 888-808-1019. We'll get to the Yankees and their victory and obviously the controversy. Let me say that word one more time. The controversy of the torn labrum of Anthony Volpe. We'll get to that. We'll obviously get to the football and the picks. We'll get to last night's football game. We got plenty to do, plenty of time to do it. I got you till 5 o'clock, 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll be right back with your calls next on The Fan.
After a tough Week 1 loss to the Commanders, Big Blue is hungry, desperate, and ready to respond.
So we got to pick up, move on.
The offense is determined to strike back, and the defense is prepared to hold the line.
We bleed together, we ride together.
This week, the stage is bigger. The stakes are higher. Giants, Cowboys, one of the NFL's greatest rivalries. And this time, it's all about redemption.
We got to get ready to play Dallas and beat them.
Kickoff is 1 p.m. Sunday. The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Salicata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:27. McMonigle here with you on The Fan, 888-808-1019. You can also listen on the Odyssey app, and you can watch on the stream, the live stream on YouTube. Go check it out. Me and Keith now, if you haven't heard already, we stream every single night live on YouTube. So check us out. You can join the chat as well. I try and respond on the chat a little bit if I can while I'm doing the show. Eventually we'll start. If you have questions on the chat, you can send questions there. Maybe I'll answer them as we go along here. We'll try to be interactive. If you're just going to be mean, then I'm not going to talk to you. But we opened the show with the Mets and the disaster that was that game last night. I mean, just outside of that first inning, but Pete Alonso, 0 for 4 with 3 Ks. Marte, 0 for 3. 1 for 3 with 2 Ks. McNeil, 0 for 3, 2 Ks. Acuna, 0 for 3. Senger, 0 for 2. Pinch hit for Alvarez. Obviously, Alvarez was thrown out on a very nice play close at first base. But just after that first inning, nothing. And now they go to take on, listen, the schedule is the schedule. Texas is tough right now. There's just no doubt about it. And you're seeing DeGrom, who's one of the best pitchers, one of the best pitchers in baseball, still got filthy stuff. He's dialed down his fastball a little bit, but he is still pretty freaking good. And that's going to be a tough spot for the Mets to throw a young pitcher like Tong up against Jacob DeGrom. It doesn't get any easier. But there's got to be some sort of switch inside this team. They've got to find a way to come out at home where they've played well for the most part this year. Right, early on, they had as good a home record as any team in baseball. They were dominant at home. They need to find a way. The crowd's got to be there, and some way this team has got to find a way to get off the deck because I can't imagine them missing the postseason. I just can't imagine it. can't imagine this team finishing out this season without being in the playoffs. But they are right there right now. And Bader just kills them. Bader comes through. He's got 2 hits again yesterday. He gets the big RBI single up the middle. I mean, he's just, and I know, me and Fleegs were talking about it. Fleegs is hung up on this one. He was tweeting out about it too. Like, any Met fan who's like annoyed that the Mets didn't trade for Harrison Bader. I mean, it's really unfair. Like we can get on Stearns. I've gotten on Stearns about the way he goes about building a rotation. I have. Now, you look at this year, there were guys at the start of the year, but if you look at how the season has played out, there was virtually no one that they could have signed in free agency that would have helped this team. There's virtually no one. It doesn't mean I thought that the way they went about it was right, but looking at Corbin Burns blew his arm out. Like, does that mean he would have done it here? I don't know. It's hard to envision him not doing it here. I don't know what they're doing in Arizona that they wouldn't have done with him here, but like, there were virtually no answers. And then, you were all mad about Harrison Bader. Like, Harrison Bader was with the Mets last year. He was terrible down the stretch of the season. He hit under 200 in every month after the All-Star break. And then in the postseason, he was terrible. Like, the idea that you knew Harrison Bader was going to go to the Phillies and become the best version of himself. Now, he was having a very good season with the Twins. I'll give you that. His offensive numbers were good this year to start the campaign. But, like, he's been an absolute beast. But, like, you saw it last year. If you traded for a guy who hit 100 or who hit under 200 for you in the last 4 months of the season, including into the postseason, and then you trade for him again and he's terrible, or you trade for him in the trade to get him back and he's terrible, you're gonna kill the Mets for it. Like, it's just unfortunate that he's gone to the Phillies and went absolutely nuts. And then their trade deadline brings in Duran, and you saw him last night, unhittable. Last night he was unhittable. There's been times where Duran's a little wild and you can get to him. Last night, he had that fastball up to 102. That breaking ball was devastating. Pete Alonso swung at a pitch in the other batter's box because you got to try and start early if you're going to catch up to 102. You saw Soto swing through a high 102-mile-an-hour fastball outside of the zone. Unlike him, the Mets are pressing. The Mets are feeling it. The rotation's kind of in shambles outside of McLean. The bullpen is in complete disarray, but all of that pales in comparison to this offense, who has failed them time and time again. Lindor comes through in the first, nothing. Soto, same thing, nothing. Pete Alonso has been really in a tough stretch for a while now. The core of this team is failing, and honestly, for the most part, it's failed. Outside of last year, they failed. They have got to find a way over these next, 15 games, 14 games? They've got to find a way to be a game better than the Cincinnati Reds. They just have to. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Ralph in Long Beach. What's up, Ralph?
Hey, C-Mac. What's going on?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Yeah, your Seahawks open up this weekend, opening day against the South.
Against who?
Valley Stream South.
Oh, Valley Stream. What happened?
No, they play tomorrow.
Oh, they play tomorrow. Saturday.
Right.
I figured you meant last Saturday. Okay, yeah, no, so cool. Let's go carry Seahawks.
Let's go Seahawks. I'll tell you, I remember playing them. You rocked away in basketball. But as far as the Mets, nobody.
You got to put him back on, Fleegs. We'll see if we could trust him. Ralph, you got to watch that potty mouth, Ralph.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm just psyched to talk to you. I just rode the boardwalk in Long Beach. I got a little extra energy.
All right, so what do we got? What about the Mets?
I just don't. I see Soto walking around. I don't know, he make him the DH. I hear he's walking around like he's looking at his family. I don't understand. There's nobody in there throwing stuff. There's got to be no emotion, like you said. I just don't understand why. They're right there. You're right there. You just get in. And you have some emotion. Throw something.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's again. It's easy to say these things. I'm aware of that. I'm acutely aware of that. I've said this a ton in baseball. You You get completely shut down, and it looks lifeless. It's hard not to look lifeless when you have 25 consecutive outs. It's hard not to look lifeless. But there's just this feeling around the team that it's hard to shake, that they are just going through the motions here. And it's such a different team than it was last year. Like, it's crazy. I don't know what it is. And, the Yankee fan in me, we could easily go, well, maybe it's Soto and the dynamic of him and that contract. I have no idea what it is. But I can tell you that the feeling around the team is completely different. I don't know if it's Lindor was carrying them, and when your captain is carrying you, there's a different feeling around it. I don't know, the grimace, the OMG, the JD Martinez, some leadership inside the room. I don't know what it is. But last year, man, from the second they decided to have that meeting, there was fight on a nightly basis, and it carried them all the way to the NLCS. Because I would still tell you, I know the pitching was going much better at that point, right? Quintana was really great for them down the stretch of the regular season. Sean Manaea was absolutely brilliant down the stretch of the season. Severino was pitching well for them, so the rotation was in better standing, no doubt. The pitching in general was in better standing, but this lineup is better than last year's lineup. It's got Juan Soto in it. It is a better lineup than what was last year. And last year they clawed and fought and had good at-bats and battled. And this year it just doesn't feel that way at all. Last night was very typical of this team. Jump out to an early lead, on cruise control, and get shut down. Ray in Waterbury. What's up, Ray?
Hi, Chris. Great monologue. You nailed it. What is Acuna playing at second base starting off ahead of Beatty? I mean, he can't hit. He's in there for defense and speed. And you know what? Mendoza, I'm blaming him as part of this, too. He goes to high leverage relievers. You need to win the game. The other day, he went in with a non-reliever, high leverage reliever, and he held a 4 game 2, and they got it to 4-2 behind. Now Schwarzer comes up with 2 men on. You got to put in a high. You're still in the game in the 7th inning. He sticks with him and he hits a 3-run homer. The game's over. I mean, the bottom line is you got to go with your best players, and you got to go with high leverage relievers when you had that lead early to save it. Not Reed Garrett. Mm-hmm. You had to go with Rogers. Would have been perfect for that.
I agree with you. If you're gonna not bring out Peterson, I think you probably go Rogers in the 6th. You go Raley, maybe even some sort of combination of Rogers and Raley in the 7th, and then you have to go to Diaz for 8 and 9.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. The bottom line is, the bottom line is you don't go with you need the game. You need to win that game.
Yep.
No,
and you can sense it. You get that leadoff double, and that was it. You could sense it right there. And then obviously McNeil misplays the ball in center field. Game over. Yeah. Game over.
Right. The bottom line is, and then he leaves. He pulls Peterson, but he lets a struggling Manaea stay in there. Big deal. He pitched 2-3 more innings, and he also Holmes is gassed. He'll push him instead of having somebody warmed up in the 4th. He pushes him. Mm-hmm. The guy he should have pushed tonight was Peterson. Another inning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, I typically don't get hung up in these decisions. The bullpen's got to come in and do its job. It's just the bullpen hasn't been so bad for them. You got to try and push your starters as much as you can. And Peterson is the guy to push, to your point. It's tough to push Manaea with the loose bodies in his elbow. It's tough to push Clay Holmes with how he's been, the amount of innings he's pitched compared to what he's done the last, his entire major league career as a reliever. The young kids you can push a little bit, but to have them get through a lineup a third time can be difficult. Like the one guy, McLean, is different. I would think the way he's pitching as a right now. But outside of McLean, the one guy you can push in this rotation is Peterson. I I didn't understand it. But if you are going to go to your bullpen, like, it's got to just be the three. It's got to be a combination. You got to get those last four innings from a combination of those three guys: Rogers, Raley, Diaz. You got to get the entire 4 innings from those three. You have to. Reed Garrett's not a guy to go to. And then in the 8th, not pinch hitting for Acuna makes absolutely no sense. I don't care. I don't care lefty righty. He's not a good hitter. He hasn't been all year. At no point this year has he shown you anything offensively. At no point. That was last year. He has not been the same hitter this year, and that's fine. I still believe in him as a player. It's just not happening right now. We'll see what he is. I don't know if he'll ever be a great offensive player, but just because he's not right now doesn't mean he won't be in the future, but he's not right now. His role on this team right now should be bench player who you use as a weapon as a defensive replacement when you pinch hit other hitters, or as a guy you're looking to steal a base or do some base running. That's it. You know, you're looking to either steal a base or, 2 out, you put him on first in hopes of scoring on a double, down a run. Like, you do not, like the spot that he used Mauricio instead earlier in the week, you do not let him hit in the 8th inning when you have gone 19 straight batters without getting on base. You don't. He shouldn't have even started the game. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But again, this lineup, you score 4 runs in the first, and then you just put your feet up. That's the problem. And it's been a problem all year long. This is so typical of this Met team all year long. Early runs, never add on. It happens all the time. It has happened all the time this year. Early runs lead to what you think is about to be a big offensive performance, turns out to be a disappointing loss because you never tacked on. It's happened a ton this year. A ton. And to watch it happen last night in a game that you desperately needed. It's just there's no room for error right now. There's no room for error. You can't lose you can't lose games you're up 4-0. It can't happen. It can't happen. And you've got to find a way to start coming back in some of these games. Right now it feels like even if they score runs, it won't help them win. And if the starting pitcher gives up runs, they're guaranteed to lose. That is a tough combination. You jump out to an early lead, it means nothing. They jump out to an early lead, game over. That's not a recipe for success. And you can feel it. That's when I start really getting nervous, right? I really start getting nervous when you can feel it. Like, it deep down in your bones. I'm not even a Met fan where it's going to hurt me if they lose this game, and I can sense it. As the zeros are piling up and the 1, 2, 3 innings are piling up, you can start to feel it. You know the bullpen's in disarray. You know these starting pitchers don't go deep even if they pitch well, and you can't allow the 4 runs is not going to stand. The 4 runs is not going to stand up. And right now, they head into a big Texas series. They have got to find a way at home. Let me double check their home record. They are still 45-27 at home. The Phillies are better at home. The Brewers are now better at home. And the Dodgers are better at home. And the Padres have the exact same record. The Mets had the best record at home for virtually, half the season. More than that, even. So that hasn't even been there as much as it was. But they have to find a way to come home and win these games. They've got DeGrom on the mound against them tonight in his return, all the pomp and circumstance that's going to go with that, the tribute video and everything else they're going to have to deal with. And this young kid is going to have to go out there and shut down a Texas Rangers lineup that honestly isn't that good, but they have the fight and belief that is so lacking with the Mets. And that's what's like, we could talk about Mendoza's mistakes, and there have been plenty over the last couple weeks, right? I can tell you all the things I didn't like. Now, Reed Garrett's still got to go get outs. Like, I put it more on Reed Garrett than him. I wouldn't have done what he did, but Reed Garrett can get outs. He didn't. Like, it is lefty-righty on Acuna. You get a dribbler. Maybe he beats one out and starts a rally. You got speed on the base paths. I would have pinch hit for him, but ultimately, last year's team was filled with belief. Whether it was OMG doing it, Grimace doing it, whatever else doing it, the Met team was filled to the brim with fight and belief. And they have none of that now. None of that. And that's what scares you down the stretch. Because we all know, and we can say until we're blue in the face, that they're more talented than the Cincinnati Reds. And they are. They clearly are. But right now, they have no fight and they have no belief. And over the last week, the Reds have shown more of that. Came from behind the other night to have a big win. They're 6-4 in their last 10. The Mets are 3-7. They took 2 out of 3 from the Mets, and they've cut it down to a game and a half, 1 in the loss column, and all they have to do is tie. You are legitimately 1 game back of being out of the postseason. Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
Hey, C-Mac, how are you tonight, bud?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good. Listen, man, I've been saying this since day one of the season. I tell you that I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs, and I didn't like the core of the team. And now it's just showing more to me. Like, listen, I like Soto, but I just think the core of the team is not good. I don't think they're going to win with this team. Like, they have to, not only this year, I literally said it for Al. I told you, Al asked me 21 games up. You're going to change your number because I'm at 86 and not making the playoffs? I said, no. I said, I don't believe in the team. And I know you guys keep saying that Cincinnati's not good, and this team's and Giants aren't good, and the Padres are, but dude, the Mets are just as good as they are. They're a 500 team. If you look at it, they're 5 games over 5.
Since June 13th, they have the 3rd worst record in Major League Baseball. That's hard to believe. That's June 13th. That's not August 13th. That's June 13th.
No. May 1st to now, they're 5 games under 500.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. That's
90, but it's almost like 80.
No, I mean they have been an under 500 team longer than they were an above 500 team. There's no doubt.
Yesterday when I called 2 days ago, whatever. I'm like, there's nothing good about this team other than Diaz. And then at the end of the year, what do you have to do? You can't re-sign Alonso. You can't, they might keep.
I mean,
Diaz,
it's a question for another day. But honestly, I would venture to even ask some of the biggest. If they blow this, maybe I'll hop on early one morning and talk to Beningo and ask him or have him on, because he has been as big a sign Pete right now. Sign him. If this core doesn't make the playoffs, and you're right, right now, they're 76 and 71. If I would
71 and 76, the opposite way.
I'm sorry.
Since what? Oh, you mean
no? I'm saying right now they're 76 and 71. That's their record.
Yeah.
So I would assume. What they got? If they win, they only need another 7, 8 wins to make the postseason. That would probably lock it up. Over the next, if they go 8, 9 wins. No, I mean, how many games do they have left?
They got
15, 16 games left. So let's just say 10 wins. 10 wins locks it up. 86. If they can't get to 86 wins to outplay the Cincinnati Reds and get to the playoffs, how can you talk about, we have to bring Pete back? You don't have to do anything.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Chris, They play 3 games against the Padres that own them. They play 3 games against the Cubs, which they basically split, and then they have 3 games against Texas, which is hot right now.
Yeah,
I don't see it. And then okay, and
so they got a 3-game set. A 3-game set is 6. 3 against Washington, who they lost against the last. Yeah. And thank you for the call, Mike. I appreciate it. They got 3 games against Texas and San Diego and Washington at home. The next 9 games at a 9-game homestand. They're playing Texas, San Diego, Washington. That's 9. Then they're on the road for, so it's 15 total. It's 5 3-game sets, 3-game series. They go on the road against Chicago, on the road against Miami. So they have 15 games left. 15. I would imagine 10-5 absolutely wins you the division. Let's go over the Red schedule. Wild card, I'm sorry. The division's over. Gets you into the postseason, obviously. The Cincinnati Reds are playing. The Cincinnati Reds are in Sacramento against the A's. Then they go to St. Louis, who's obviously out of it. So it's on the road, but it's not the toughest of opponents. They do have to go out west, obviously. Then they come home for 4 against the Cubs, 3 against the Pirates, and then they finish the season on the road at Milwaukee, who won't need the games and are going to be focused on setting up their pitching. Now, they'll have the bye, so they could still throw some of those pitchers. It's not like they're getting ready for a wild card series and they're not going to throw their best pitchers. They're not going to throw their top pitching, but they won't need the games. I would still think
they might need him for home field
against Philadelphia. Yeah, maybe.
Like it got crazy now to the point where if you're a Mets fan, you're rooting for the Phillies.
No doubt. Now you're rooting for the Phillies the rest of the way. Absolutely.
Or the Dodgers to get ridiculous.
Right. You need those games against Cincinnati in Milwaukee to matter to Milwaukee. However that is, that's what you're looking for. You're hoping over the next 2 weeks or whatever it is, the next 10 days, that Milwaukee does not pull away for the top seed in the National League. But on the road, starting tonight at 10 o'clock, which is, you know what, that's fun. That's fun for a Met fan. I know I shouldn't say that. I'm looking at it as a baseball fan. For me, it's going to be fun. You're going to get to watch the Mets, and then, boom, 10 o'clock, you put on the Cincinnati Reds game. If you have the package or whatever. But, that's what I'm going to do. 10 o'clock, I am locked in Reds-A's. That is absolutely my Friday night. My wife's not going to be happy. But no, we got Yankees, Red Sox, obviously. We'll get to them in the top of the hour. We'll move into the Yankees at 3 o'clock here. We got Mets. So Friday, tonight, right? Tonight, you have Yankees, Red Sox in Fenway. You have DeGrom's return to Citi Field with Tong on the mound in a very, I hesitate to say must win, but a very important game for the Mets. And then you turn right to 10 o'clock and see what the Reds do. You could be, after DeGrom shuts you down, you could be turning on the Reds against the A's with the idea of being out of the postseason. Out. They own the tiebreaker. The minute I guess they would still be a half a game up because they'd have one more win. But you would virtually be tied in the loss column, which would put the Cincinnati Reds ahead of you. That can't happen. At no point this season can the Mets be out of the playoff picture looking in. At no point. That cannot happen. They have got to keep this lead. Tonight is a huge game for the Mets against DeGrom. A huge game. And it sucks because DeGrom's coming in. That, depending on how you feel about DeGrom, which you should feel nothing but positivity. I know there's a lot. He wanted to leave. We don't know that. He got a far better contract. Is it likely he wasn't thrilled to be here? Was it likely he might have rather go somewhere else? I don't know, maybe. But it's not like he turned down more money. The Mets didn't want him as much or more than he didn't want them. You should be extremely, when your thought of Jacob deGrom, if you're a Met fan, should be positive. And you want to enjoy it a little bit and welcome him in, but you almost have no time for that because the Mets can't afford to lose the freaking game. Real quick, Chris in Secaucus. What's up, Chris?
Mac, the legend. Thanks for taking my call, my friend.
You got it, buddy.
Hey, I think you're just spot on calling this team lifeless. I look at the Mets team. They've had no comebacks in the ninth inning all year. What are they, 0 for 60 now? They've had none of the buzz, none of the magic of last year. I think about the guys that lost. They lost Iglesias and Martinez, and Winker's been out all year. Like, those are real adults. Like, those are seasoned guys.
Yeah, no, I mean,
you want out Soto. Soto's not giving them that buzz right now. He's making a lot more money.
Yeah, no, look, there is something about that. It's hard to have that fight when you're making $765 million, maybe. I don't know. We've seen other guys, I don't know. And I don't want to say that he doesn't have fight or doesn't care about winning. I think that's really overblown. I know I mentioned it in the open. I talked more about it as the narrative that's circulating the team, that he's selfish and he wants his stolen bases and he's stealing third base with 2 outs down big, which is kind of a baseball no-no. It's kind of like I was listening to Sal in that argument. Yeah, it's not a good play, but no one complains if you steal the base. You just can't get thrown out. The old baseball adage isn't never take third with 2 outs. The adage is don't get thrown out at third with 2 outs. If you're safe, it's not the worst baseball play. You just can't be out. But there's that narrative that he cares more about his stolen bases, and he's into being now a 40-40 player. He wants to add that to his Hall of Fame plaque. Like, I don't know. What I do know is, as great as he's been, he hasn't impact winning enough. What I do know is he's cooled off a little bit. What I do know is right now he needs, whether he's the leader or not, whether he's the captain or not, he is the best player on the team. He's one of the best players in Major League Baseball, and he's paid $765 million. He needs to show up, plain and simple. I said the same thing about Judge the other day, 2 home runs last night. That was the biggest game. We'll get to the Yankees in a second. That was the biggest game of the season for the New York Yankees. They could not have, the division would have been over. It still might very well be, but the division would have absolutely been over had they lost that game. And Judge has not been producing lately, and last night he hits 2 big home runs, including the first one that gives them the lead. That they need Soto to be that guy for them. Fair or unfair, that's what they need. He makes $50 million+ a year. He's got to be the guy. Got to be the guy. 888-808-1019. We'll get into the Yankees and their victory, as well as the controversy around the shortstop, Anthony Volpe. We'll get to some football as we get closer to 4 o'clock as well. McMonigle here with you on the Fan, 888-808-1019. Quick break, update, be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Brian Dable waited too long to pull the plug on Daniel Jones.
Agreed with that, yeah.
He allowed it to just fester.
Yep.
He allowed the frustration to not only build in the fan base, but who cares about us? It was building internally, and who cares about the team? It was building with him.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner.
I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA-certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City or at hlgross.com.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This report brought to you by Dr. Jake Shy at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamwellPain.com. The Yankees beat the Tigers 9-3 in the Bronx, and the Bombers stay 3 games back of the first-place Blue Jays in the American League East. Aaron Judge homered twice, and he ties Joe DiMaggio for 4th place on the Yankees' all-time list with 361 career homers. Cam Schlittler picks up the win, allowing a run and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 6 innings. Anthony Volpe received a cortisone shot in his left shoulder. He is day-to-day. Volpe was asked about the status of that shoulder.
I think all things considered pretty good. I think we're all just kind of going to see how I responded last night to the shot, and it feels good.
Yankees opened up the series with the Red Sox Friday night in Boston. Now to Philadelphia, where the Mets scored 4 runs in the first inning, and things were looking good. However,
2-1 pitch hit on the ground up the middle, base hit center field. Kemp rounds third. He's coming home. He scores standing. Stopping at second, Brandon Marsh. Harrison Bader does it to the Mets again. An RBI single has given the Phillies a 5-4 lead here in the 6th inning.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. The Phillies go on to beat the Mets 6-4 to cap a 4-game sweep. Now the Mets have lost 6 in a row. Their lead over the Giants and Reds for the final National League wildcard spot down to a game and a half. David Peterson, a no decision, gave up 3 runs and 7 hits over 5 innings. Reed Garrett takes the loss. The Mets open up a series with the Rangers Friday night at Citi Field. Thursday Night Football, Packers over the Commanders 27-18. Also, the Giants claim former Jets kick returner and wide receiver Xavier Gibson off of waivers. NBA Knicks are reportedly re-signing guard Landry Shamet to a 1-year deal. WNBA, the Liberty beat the Sky 91-86. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 306. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Open the show talking about the Mets as they lost another game and were swept in a 4-game set against the Phillies, who have now locked up division clearly, 11-game lead, and the Mets clinging to a 1.5-game lead in the wild card. Offense went absolutely limp after the first inning. The bullpen, the whole bit, went through it. We'll still take your Met calls at 888-808-1019. But let's get to the Yankees and Yankee Stadium. And last night, obviously, was September 11th. We talked about it on yesterday's show. Just always a somber day, and a day that just it feels different. It always feels different, September 11th, and remembering what happened 24 years ago already. But so yesterday was September 11th, Yankee Stadium. President Trump was there. All the pictures from meeting the team and everything before, and then the acknowledgement on the field and the national anthem. It's always a special game. And you always feel a certain way watching baseball, especially on September 11th in New York. So that's the first thing about last night. And then as far as the game goes, we'll get into the stuff with Anthony Volpe. That was pregame. But let's just talk about the game for a second, because I don't want to minimize it. And it was a blowout victory, and it's easy to just kind of gloss over. But it was the most important win of the season so far. And I know you could say that, you've said that a million times. Yes, because the season continues on. And that will probably not be the most important game of the entire season. That is probably still ahead of us. This is a huge series against the Boston Red Sox now coming up, because the New York Yankees, I am confident about their play, much more than probably many other Yankee fans. I'm confident about them heading into the postseason. I feel good about them heading into the postseason. I would tell you, even I, who is as optimistic as any, I would not feel great about a 3-game wild card series in Fenway. I think that's fair. They've played the Yankees well. There's no doubt about it. And that building is a tough place to play, a tough place to win, has been so for the Yankees. Desperately want to avoid that. Still chasing the division. Not ready to call that dead just yet after last night's win. And that's what last night's win was about. Last night's win was about clinging to hope of still winning the division. Hope of the division title would have been gone with a sweep and at the hands of the Tigers and a loss last night. But we'll see as the games go on here. These Fenway games are obviously very important. We'll get into the Boston series over the weekend here, maybe a little bit in the 3 or 4 o'clock hour, but obviously huge games. So last night was the most important game of the season so far. We'll see if Saturday or Sunday become the most important game of the season at that point. But last night was a huge game for the New York Yankees, and we talked about Aaron Judge needing to come through. I talked about it yesterday. I did a whole big segment on it. He is not. He just hasn't been. He's been walking. He's been okay. He's taken his hits from here and there. He hasn't been dreadful. He had a miserable game the other night with 2 double plays that kind of cost the Yankees, but he hasn't really cost the Yankees. He just hasn't been a force at all, really, since coming back from the IL. Last night, that home run to start that game was a huge home run. A huge home run with Cam Schlittler on the mound, knowing that he's coming off a tough start against the Toronto Blue Jays where he couldn't get out of the second inning. He's a young kid while he's pitching well, and he pitched very well in this game. Once he gets the run support, I feel, it's hard to judge necessarily, even against this good Tigers team, but that's a good game for Cam Schlittler. But Aaron Judge comes through with those 2 home runs. The Yankees offense comes through. You get Stanton with another home run, going station to station in that inning where they score a bunch of runs. They're doing it with singles. They're doing it with putting the ball in play. Caballero with 2 hits, and we'll get to Volpe here in a second, but that was a big win. Cam Schlittler is really solidifying himself as someone who's probably going to get a post. He's probably going to be the 3rd starter. Like, we'll see what Luis Gil does in the Boston series. We'll see. But I mean, Cam Schlittler's throwing 100 miles an hour. He's locating his breaking stuff. That was a big performance from him, a big performance from Aaron Judge, the captain, who desperately needed it. He ties Joe D for the 4th most home runs in Yankee history, which, I mean, it's just it's incredible. We knew it was coming, so it's not surprising with how many home runs he's hit over the last couple of years. But when you start passing names, and I know, it's obnoxious Yankee fan stuff, but it's the fact. It's 100 years ago. It doesn't matter to this team or even this Yankee fan base necessarily. We're different. But I mean, the tradition of this Yankee organization is unlike any other. That's just a fact. And when you start passing names like Joe DiMaggio and Yogi Berra, and next will be Lou Gehrig and Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth. I mean, these numbers and these players are fables as much as they're actual real people who played baseball. They're Paul Bunyan. They are Johnny Appleseed. They're not real. They're almost not real. And to have Judge join that pantheon of great Yankees it's special, but it's more about winning the game. And he was a huge part of winning the game last night. Cam Schlittler pitched well. You got Yarbrough being able to eat up innings and not have to go to any other relievers in this game, set up for the Boston series. The offense back on track. Base hits, singles. Jazz had a good game. Caballero had a good game. For the most part, they played well defensively. Turned a big double play with Gleyber Torres getting doubled off of second base. Good, solid win for the Yankees as they turn their sights to Boston. But let's get into the Anthony Volpe situation, which happened before the game. So if you don't know, which I don't know how you don't, but if you don't know, Anthony Volpe had a cortisone shot in his shoulder today, or earlier yesterday, and it was revealed that he was injured, or at least, had been diagnosed with a torn labrum in his shoulder dating back to early May when he dove for a ball, and he said he felt something pop, and I think he was. I can't remember if he finished that game, but he definitely didn't play the next one. He missed one game and then was back in the lineup. And clearly, you could look at some of the numbers from that point on, where he kind of took a nosedive from early on in the season when he was performing well. But Anthony Volpe was diagnosed with a torn labrum. He's been dealing with it. He had a cortisone shot during the All-Star break. He just had a cortisone shot yesterday, and everybody's up in arms about it. So let's talk about what's fair, what's real, and what's unfair and what's real, because I'm pissed about it. I am pissed. I'm pissed about what happened here, but I'll tell you what I'm not pissed about first off. One, right? The Yankees didn't misdiagnose anything. Like, I keep reading that. Well, the Yankees misdiagnosed this. They didn't misdiagnose anything. They diagnosed him with a torn labrum back in May. They just didn't tell us. And I am still baffled by Yankee fans, and I'm sorry. I am. I follow sports in general. How many times have we seen, whether it's the basket, whether it's the Knicks, whether it's the Rangers, whether it's the Giants and Jets, like how many times have we seen at the end of the season, and this guy's having surgery for this, and we had no idea it was an issue. Guys play through injuries all the time. The idea that the Yankees owe us to tell us he's playing with a torn labrum, they don't owe us jack. I don't know why the fan base thinks they do. They don't. He's been playing through stuff. Do you know how many guys play through stuff and then have surgery at the end of the season? We're like, oh man, he had a thumb injury. I didn't even know that. So first off, they didn't misdiagnose anything. They diagnosed him with a torn labrum back in May. And they've been dealing with it. It's a pain tolerance thing. I have no problem with how they, the doctors, this is not the same situation as Rizzo and missing a concussion. They missed a concussion with Rizzo. They tested him early on for it. He didn't have a concussion. That's what they said. He didn't have a concussion. Then he played for months, was terrible. They retested him finally and said, oh, yeah, he has a concussion. That's not this. They didn't say Anthony Volpe's fine, nothing's wrong with him, and then today said, oh, yeah, look, we missed a torn labrum. They knew it then. Anthony Volpe came out in the postgame today and said there's been communication about it the whole time. This is not the same as the Anthony Rizzo situation. The Yankees medically didn't do anything wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't mess up. They didn't misdiagnose. They didn't do anything. The problem is they continue to play the dude. That's where I'm mad about, and that's where most people are mad about. But that's what bothers me is and the other thing is I don't even know. I'm not ready to blame him. People are all mad. I was listening to the afternoon show, and they're just beside themselves that Boone said it's not impacting him. Just beside themselves. Yeah, you can point to some numbers. You want to point to some numbers? How about his career numbers? We're acting like Anthony Volpe was on some sort of trajectory over the last 3 years of just going up and up and up, and then he had this injury. He's got the same numbers he's always had. He's got the same numbers he's had for his entire career. And if you look at the underlying numbers, Chris Kirshner, who covers the team for The Athletic, Chris Kirshner put it out. His bat speed is faster than it's ever been, and the velocity on his throws from shortstop are faster than they've ever been. It's not impacting his bat speed. It's not impacting his ability to throw the baseball, or at least throw it hard. Is it having some sort of effect? Of course. When you play through injuries, it has some sort of effect. I don't have a problem with any of that. I don't blame Anthony Volpe's been playing. Anthony Volpe's been playing. If he's healthy enough to play and he's out there on the field, he's healthy enough to be judged by his results. This is on Anthony Volpe. Everyone's like, oh, well, I guess you're just saying Anthony Volpe sucks. Haven't we all? For the last month? Yes. Yes, these are his numbers. His home runs are as good. He's got as many home runs as he's ever hit. Right? He's going to end up finishing with 20 home runs or something. He'll probably hit another one. But his home runs and slugging are as good as they've ever been. His bat speed's as good as it's ever been. The velocity on his throws are as good as they've ever been. This is a pain tolerance issue that they have to navigate the entire season like many other players. And the only reason they say it now, because now it's like, well, now they're making excuses. The only reason they're telling us now is because they want to make it seem like, well, he's hurt. That's why he's been playing bad. The only reason that the New York Yankees are telling us now about Anthony Volpe is because he had the cortisone shot. And he's going to miss a couple of days. And they plan to go back to him. That's the problem. They still plan to go back to him. So they don't want to, when he doesn't play for the next 3 days or misses 2 games in the Boston series, everyone's going to be like, where's Volpe? Where's Volpe? Where's Volpe? He had a cortisone shot. He can't play for a day or two. They had to tell you why he had a cortisone shot. It's not because they're trying to suddenly make excuses. There's nothing nefarious going on with the New York Yankees. They diagnosed him with the injury. It's a pain tolerance issue. He played the season with it. He had a cortisone shot at the All-Star break. They didn't tell us then because he didn't have to not play. It was the All-Star break. They didn't have to explain away why he wasn't in the lineup for 3 days. Because it was the All-Star break. So they didn't tell us. They got to tell us now because he's going to miss some games, and everyone's going to ask, where's Volpe, where's Volpe, where's Volpe? Is Volpe benched? Is Volpe not your starting shortstop? Volpe, Volpe, Volpe. So they had to tell you. They didn't do anything wrong medically. They didn't misconstrue anything. They didn't misdiagnose. They didn't do anything wrong other than continue to play a player who stinks and is slightly compromised when you don't have to. That's the issue. That's the issue. And I know that's the main issue for most, but I do just want to clear up. I don't think the Yankees, this isn't an opportunity to say it's malpractice by the New York Yankees. It's not. They didn't do anything wrong medically. There's nothing nefarious going on other than they are addicted to playing Anthony Volpe, and I don't know why. I don't know why. As you're going through it, and especially once you get the trade deadline and you acquire Caballero, he is a legitimate guy. Prior to that, they didn't have a lot of options. Once you get Caballero at the end of July, you have a viable option to play shortstop. And not only is the dude stinking it up, but you do know he's slightly compromised with an injury. Why would you not be playing Caballero in some sort of rotation to give Anthony Volpe a rest? That's what I don't get. That's what I don't understand. That's what doesn't make any freaking sense to me. I don't care the Yankees didn't tell me. I don't think they're trying to make any excuses now. I don't think they misdiagnosed him or did anything wrong medically. They just continue to play him. And I don't know why. And Caballero last night, good at bats, runner on second, went the other way, ended up getting a base hit. He plays a smooth and flawless shortstop. There is no reason to go back to Anthony Volpe. There is no reason. Again, let him heal up, maybe even have, and that's the other thing too. Like if Anthony Volpe went on the IL now, that would be an issue. If Anthony Volpe, after telling us he's fine, he'll be fine, he's fine. Oh, today he's got a torn labrum, he's going on the IL and he's going to miss a month. Then that's like, well, what the hell is going on? They're not even putting him on the IL. He's going to play in the Boston series. Why are they playing him? Other than that, I have no problem with the New York Yankees. But why are they playing him? That's what I don't understand. That's what I'm having a tough time with. I don't get it. And they're going to go back to him. There's no reason to go back to him. He's a bench player now. God bless him. If you want to put him in the mix to be a starting shortstop next year, you want to bring him back to camp, obviously, and have him, don't go out and get a obvious starting money pay, go out and sign a big-time free agent shortstop or whatever, or trade for a big-time free agent shortstop. Like, if you want to bring him into camp and be part of a group that has a chance to be the starting shortstop, I'm on board. But it's over. It's over. Caballero is a better option. It's about playing the best players. And just watch him play the field. He hasn't made a single play that Anthony Volpe's not capable of making. He hasn't made a single play that I would be like, wow, look at Anthony Volpe playing shortstop. He's made some nice plays. They're okay. But they're so smooth and so easy. And the throws are just at the chest and face of the first baseman. Like, it's just easy. It's just so much more smooth. And he's giving you better at-bats. There's nothing else to think about. I don't know why they continue to play him prior to the trade deadline. I really understand it. There was no options. There was no options. They had Oswald Peraza, and he stinks. That was it. So they stuck with him. They gave him a shot at the All-Star break. He's playing through it. He's managing it. Guys play through all kinds of stuff and manage stuff. I get it. Once you trade for Caballero and you have a legitimate option to play shortstop, why would you continue to throw this kid out there when not only is he stinking, and that's really the main point, he just wasn't very good. And you know he's compromised. And whether or not it's a major impact, because, again, I'm not going to excuse his play for it. Sorry, I'm not. It's the same numbers he had last year. He's incredibly consistent. He's incredibly consistent with a 660 OPS. It's the same every year. And again, he's swinging it as hard. He's throwing it as hard. It's not like Judge. Judge has an injury to his elbow, right? The throws, he normally throws 90. He's throwing 70. Cause? You see it. Injury. The velocity in the throw is down 20 miles an hour. Volpe's throwing it just as hard. Volpe's swinging it just as hard. He's just not very good. And yeah, you can say he's compromised. Fine. I'm not. He's on the field. He's playing. When you're on the field and you're playing, you get judged by your results. His results suck. But the Yankees knew he was banged up, and his results sucked. It makes no sense that he's playing as much as he's playing. Makes no sense. I have no idea what the Yankees are thinking. I don't think they did anything wrong. I don't think they did anything nefarious. I don't think this is another medical staff blunder. I don't think any of that. I think this is stubbornness from a Yankee team that continues to want to throw out Anthony Volpe. And I don't know why. All this stuff does for me, the lat tear, the labrum tear, the only thing it does for me is make it harder for me to understand their stubbornness. That's it. It's added another wrinkle for me to not understand their stubbornness. It's one more obstacle in the way of me getting to the Yankee thinking. because he's been that bad for this long, and you know he's banged up, and you traded for Caballero? I don't get it. And more than that, they're going to go back to him. He's going to play more. They said we still view him as the starting shortstop. I don't know. All I can tell you is I doubt very much he's going to play in the postseason. But to me, the postseason's right now. I don't get it. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back. Take your calls on the Anthony Volpe situation, the Yankee game last night, the Mets, and, of course, the football. We'll get to the football. Last night's game, obviously, is the Packers take down the Washington Commanders in a convincing fashion. And outside of a couple of bad throws from Love early on in the game, the Packers dominated this football game. Micah Parsons absolutely dominated the football game. And this trendy Super Bowl pick is looking like it was warranted. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll get to that, plus obviously the Giants and Jets. And we'll do the picks coming up in about 25 minutes or so. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break, back right after this.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
I can still remember my very first paycheck. It felt great, but waiting for it, brutal. With Cash App Direct Deposit, you can actually get paid up to 2 days earlier than some banks. That means your money is in your hands faster when you actually need it. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10, send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and get $10 instantly. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24, and ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
All right, 3:32. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Boom. Just opened it up to the Yankees. We'll get into the football in a second. Thursday Night Football last night as the Packers just dominated the Commanders. Eckler leaves the game with an Achilles injury. I guess the fear is that he ruptured it. We'll see. I'm assuming he did. We're all very familiar with the look of that. So unfortunate for them, but that Packers team, that defense, Kraft at tight end had a big game. The offense looks dynamic. Love wasn't terrific in this game early on, missed a bunch of throws, but I mean, he's good enough if you're going to give him complimentary football with that defense. If they're going to be able to run the ball with Jacobs, they're going to have, weapons like, Dobbs and some of these wide receivers, as well as a tight end in Kraft who kind of looks like, he's about to become one of the better young tight ends in the sport. And then give him a defense that played the way it played there with Micah Parsons getting after it and dominating the game. I mean, the Packers are a legit team. Packers are a very dangerous team. They looked really good last night. They're putting their stamp on the early season of really dominant victories. What they did against Detroit, following that up against Washington, who was in the championship game last year, to dominate that game like that. I mean, right now, Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers have really, so far this year, probably made the most impressive. I know they were the first ones to play week 2, but right now they've put a really good beginning of their season together and are looking like the dominant team right now, right? It's Philadelphia and them in the NFC. They've taken care of the Detroit Lions, so we'll see. 888-808-1019. We'll get into the Giants and Jets after picks in the 4 o'clock hour. as we lead you into the warm-up show at 5 o'clock. But we opened it up to the Yankees, the Volpe situation, the big win, and they take on the Boston Red Sox this weekend for the biggest 3-game set of the season. And not because they need to prove they can beat the Red Sox, but because they're still battling for a playoff spot. You want that series at home, and you're still chasing a division title that is still only 3 games out of your reach. Although, yes, it's 4 because they have to beat them because Detroit has the tiebreaker. Stuart in Brooklyn, what's up, Stu?
When did they finally wake up and see Anthony Volpe shouldn't be there?
I don't know. We'll see. Playoffs, probably.
All season. The whole season. Oh, he's hitting a lot of home runs. What's his batting average? 201.
Yeah, no, I didn't say I wasn't. I wasn't gloating that he was hitting home runs. I'm just what?
No, you weren't on with him. You weren't totally saying he should be.
No, I only brought up his home runs to say that I don't know how much the shoulder is bothering him if he's hitting as many home runs as he's ever hit. He's doing the same things he's always done. And his bat speed's the same.
OPS?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Not good enough.
It's not. And Caballero is a better option. Even Rosario is a better option.
Nah, I don't know about Short.
Well, he's a little bit more versatile than Volpe. He can play the outfield. He can play second.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I want him on the bench. I don't think he's a better option.
Caballero definitely is better.
Yes, I don't think Rosario is a better option to be the starting shortstop for this team, but Caballero is.
Yeah, Caballero is. Rosario is a good utility player.
Yeah.
Which Peraza wasn't.
We saw Slater, utility guy, get to lead off in this game, pretty much because you knew they were going with the bullpen game, the opener, and the opener was a lefty, so he put him lead off because he wanted to get him in bat against the lefty. But Slater came through with a big hit, drove in a run. It was just a good, solid win. And I think the Yankees bench is pretty good.
Well.
And Schlittler pitched well, yeah. So, but I don't know when they're going to decide that Anthony Volpe can't play. I don't know. I think they
should have decided that after when he went into that slump after the All-Star break, when he was hot. When he went into that slump.
Well, we're going to see.
Making all those errors.
Well, we'll see. This is where you'll know if he really is impacted because he got the cortisone shot. If he comes out of this break, this couple days off after the cortisone shot and starts hitting. Then you'll probably say, well, maybe it is the torn labrum. I don't know, but he's got a cortisone shot. I'm sure they're going to let him play after that cortisone shot takes hold and he's feeling a little bit better. And then from then on, I don't know what to do. I don't know what. I would be ready to move on, but they're not.
I would move on too because he hasn't shown much in 3 years. What's he shown? He had a big home run in the World Series last year.
He had a great he had a great postseason in general. He had a really good postseason. That's what he's shown. He had an 800 OPS in the postseason.
Mm-hmm. But he makes too many errors. And
right now, clearly.
You made a point of you've never seen a shortstop go down to one knee
as much as he does. No,
not as much as he does.
Not if you have to pop up and make. I've seen it, and actually Caballero did it today. On a ground ball where he knows he's going to shortstop. He's going to second base to get an out, get a force at second base. Then you can afford to. I have not seen a shortstop.
Caballero's a lot smoother.
100%. 100%. But I'm saying Caballero actually went to a knee in this game, but he did it knowing he only had to throw to second base. I have not seen a lot of shortstops who know they have to make the throw across the diamond to first, go down on a knee as often as Anthony Volpe does. He's unsure of himself. I don't think it's just the shoulder. Look, a torn labrum, he's dealing with something, right? Judge right now is dealing with an elbow. Guys deal with things. We see players play through things. Right now, Francisco Lindor broke his toe, was dealing through that. You play through things. A couple years ago, Pete Alonso had the wrist injury, played through it. And I don't think the only thing I'll say is, because the afternoon show is saying it, and everyone's on Twitter saying it, this is not the same situation to me as Anthony Rizzo. This is not, the Yankees did not mess this up other than playing him. Playing him makes no sense. I'm on board with that. As much as they played him, at least. Makes no sense. But Anthony Rizzo was tested. They didn't come up with anything. They said he was fine, that he didn't have a concussion. Went out there and played miserable for 2 months, then got retested and said, oh, yeah, he's got a concussion. And then they put him on the IL pretty much for the rest of the season until the playoffs. That's not the same thing as this. They tested him. They determined he had a torn labrum. He's been playing through it. They've been managing it. They gave him a cortisone shot at the All-Star break. They gave him a cortisone shot on Sunday when he re-injured it. Or they gave him a cortisone shot yesterday after re-injuring it on Sunday. And now they'll see if they can play him. There was never a miscommunication. They never misdiagnosed him. They're not putting him on the IL now. It's just another wrinkle into why the hell do you play him this much? Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Yeah, good. Volpe, I think that the issue is, you would agree that the Yankees seem not to really produce in the postseason. They play good, but they're not as good in the postseason.
I guess,
Volpe's better in the postseason.
Well,
so
1 year.
I think that might be one of the reasons. No. His career, if you look up the numbers. Not 1 year, 3 years. He's a 286 lifetime postseason batting average. And if my memory serves me correctly,
Mario, I hate to tell you this. He's only played in the postseason in 1 year.
Oh, yeah, look it up. Wrong.
Wrong. When did he play in the postseason?
Volpe last year, the year before that, the year before that.
What are you talking about?
I just looked it up.
I would look again, Mario, because you don't know what you're saying. This is Anthony Volpe's third season. He was a rookie in 23. Last year was his second season. This is his third. They didn't make the postseason in 23. He's played in one postseason. That is it.
All right.
Go look it up again.
Okay, maybe I made him. I'm sure I looked at it. Did you look at it?
I don't need to look at it. I know exactly. Anthony Volpe was a rookie in 23. They didn't make the postseason. Last year was the only time he's played in the postseason. And he had a great postseason against the Royals, against the Guardians, and then in the World Series, he hit the Grand Slam. He had a very good postseason. Had an 800 OPS, had one of the bigger hits against Class A that helped them win that series. He was very, very good offensively in the postseason. That's absolutely true. It's just he only did it once. That's the only thing. It's not his whole career. The year before that, what are you talking about?
Well, he did it once out of one. Volpe's stats in the postseason last year: 14 games, 59 plate appearances, hit .286 with 1 home run, 6 RBIs, and .815 OPS.
Yeah, hit .270 with an 800 OPS. And the big
.286.
.286. I'm sorry. I thought you said .276. .286. So he almost hit .290, had an OPS of .815, and had the biggest hit in the one game they won in the World Series.
And 5 steals and 10 walks in 14 games.
Wow. He had a great postseason.
On-base percentage was over 400.
Yeah, he had a